Chapter 11, The Wolf's Flight. The snow fell silently over Winterfell, its icy flurries clinging to the grey stone walls like a heavy shroud. Inside the ancient halls of the fortress, Lyanna Stark sat by the high, narrow window of her chamber, her fingers cold despite the fire roaring in the hearth. The scent of smoke and pine filled the room, but it brought her no comfort. Her eyes were fixed on the path leading out of the gatehouse, watching for a raven that never came. Days had turned to weeks since the coronation of King Rhaegar Targaryen, and still no letter. No message. No word. She wrapped her arms tighter around herself, not from the cold, but from the hollow ache in her chest. He had promised her. Promised her songs, freedom, a life beyond the stifling walls of her northern prison. But all she had now were memories and dreams that faded like mist in the morning. Winterfell had once been a place of wild laughter and sibling squabbles, where she could ride her horse across the Godswood trails and spar with the stable boys without shame. But that was before Brandon had returned from the Riverlands with his new bride. Catelyn Tully Lady Catelyn now was everything Lyanna was not. Graceful. Composed. Soft-spoken. She moved like a swan through the great hall, all flowing silks and delicate smiles. And she disapproved of Lyanna from the moment they met. Lyanna still remembered that first week after the wedding. Catelyn had spoken sweetly to Brandon by the hearth, her hands folded primly in her lap, her tully blue eyes betraying a hint of ambition. "Perhaps, my lord, a September would serve your people well. To honor the seven, and mark your rule with piety." Their father, Lord Ricard, had nearly choked on his ale. "This is the north, my lady. We kneel to the old gods beneath the weirwoods. There'll be no southern shrines built here." Catelyn had turned red as the embers in the fireplace. Later, behind closed doors, her fury had risen like a storm tide. She threw a quiet but seething tantrum, demanding Brandon support her. But Brandon, ever the proud wolf, had simply walked away. His heart belonged not to his wife, but to a woman in Barrowton. Everyone knew it, though none dared speak her name aloud. From then on, Catelyn turned her attentions to Lyanna. "You shouldn't ride like that, Lyanna. You'll scar your legs. A lady should not brawl with kitchen boys, it is unbecoming. A proper maiden would not speak so openly in court." On and on it went. Her whispers, her glances, her disapproving sighs. It was as though Lyanna's very existence was an affront to Catelyn's sense of decorum. And Lyanna? She had tried. Gods knew she had tried to be civil. But she was not Catelyn. She never would be. Lyanna was a wolf of the north, not a river trout trained to swim in calm waters. She was wild, unpolished, fierce. Now, even the castle felt foreign. The warmth she once felt in the echoing halls of Winterfell had faded into cold stone and longer shadows. She missed Rhaegar. The thought came unbidden, and it twisted something deep inside her. She remembered his voice, low and solemn, his silver hair falling over his violet eyes as he played his harp beneath the great tree at Harrenhal. The way he spoke to her not as a lord to a lady, but as a man to a woman, with tenderness, curiosity, and depth. He had promised her that there was more to life than duty and expectation. "You are not meant to be caged," he had told her once. "You were born for greater things than dust and silence." And she had believed him. Every morning since his coronation, she rose early, hoping to see the flutter of wings, the arrival of a raven bearing his seal. And every evening, her heart sank just a little more when the skies remained empty. Would he come for her? Or had he bowed beneath the weight of his crown, abandoning his promises at the altar of duty? Still, she waited. Because hope was the only thing she had left. And wolves, after all, were patient hunters. The wind howled low through the stone corridors of Winterfell, tugging at the ancient banners that hung above the great hall. Snow powdered the windowsills, but within the walls, warmth and celebration reigned. Fires crackled, mead flowed, and music echoed from lyres and drums as the people of the north gathered to mark the 16th name day of Lyanna Stark, daughter of Lord Rickard, sister to Brandon, Eddard, and Benyon, betrothed to the Warden of the Stormlands. But no part of Lyanna's soul stirred with joy. Outside, she wore her best smile, her dark hair braided with winter roses, her pale blue dress chosen by Catelyn Tully to soften her wild edges. She greeted the bannermen, nodded to the lords and ladies, and accepted their gifts with murmured thanks. But inside, her spirit churned like a stormy sea. Every song, every toast, every dance was a drumbeat toward her fate, a fate she had never chosen. This was not just a birthday. This was a herald. Her father, Lord Rickard Stark, had waited precisely for this day, her 16th year, to send the official letters south. A raven had already taken wing to Storm's End, carrying with it a message to Lord Robert Baratheon, confirming the readiness of his bride and the blessings of House Stark. Another letter had flown to the Vale, summoning her brother Eddard from the Eyrie and asking Lord Jon Arryn to escort both Ned and Robert north for the long-awaited union. The Tullus of Riverrun, now kin by marriage, had also been invited. A great northern wedding was being prepared, and her father's heart was set on it. "It will be under the weirwood," Rickard had said that morning, pride softening the usual stern lines of his face. "Not in some southern stone shrine like your brother's. No septons. No seven. The old gods watched over us before the Andals came, and they will watch over you, my daughter, when you speak your vows beneath their white branches." She had said nothing, only nodded. What could she say? She had tried. Gods knew, she had tried everything to prevent this. She had pleaded with her father, citing Robert's reputation. His whores, his drink, the bastard children whispered of in court. She spoke of how he barely knew her beyond her face, her name, her blood. How he loved the idea of her, not the girl herself. How he would ruin her, trap her in a life of waiting while he hunted stags and drank himself into oblivion. But in the halls of power, a man's vices were just that, vices. Not crimes. Lord Rickard had listened with furrowed brow but said only, "He is Warden of the Stormlands, Lyanna. A future Lord Paramount. One day, perhaps even Hand of the King. You are a Stark of Winterfell. This is a match worthy of your name." That had been the end of it. She could not speak of Rhaegar. She dared not. How could she tell her father that her heart belonged to the crowned dragon? That her dreams were woven with harp strings and silver hair? That she longed for the day Rhaegar would ride north not as king, but as a man who had promised her freedom? No, that path was closed to her. He was already married. And though Elia of Dorne was distant, though whispers swirled of her frail health and the quiet life she lived in King's Landing, the truth remained, Rhaegar Targaryen had a queen. And Lyanna Stark, wild as she was, could not make herself a usurper to another woman's place. Not yet. Not without him standing at her side to face the world. So she wore the crown of northern tradition, furs on her shoulders, braids in her hair, smiles on her lips, and waited. Waited for the letter that never came. Waited for Rhaegar to do something, anything. To send a word, to send a raven, to send her a reason to believe that she was more than a passing dream. But Winterfell was quiet. And the snow kept falling. That night, when the music had faded and the firelight cast flickering shadows on the stone walls, Lyanna sat in her bedchamber alone. Her dress was folded over the chair, her hands bare, her hair undone and tumbling like black silk over her shoulders. She stared into the fire, watching the flames devour the logs like time devoured hope. "I'm not meant for cages," she whispered to herself. "You said that, Rhaegar." But the only answer was the crackling of the fire, and the cold wind scratching against the windowpane like ghostly fingers. She pulled the blanket tighter around her shoulders, and the girl known as the Wolf Maid of Winterfell lay down in the dark, her eyes open and full of unanswered prayers. It happened again. As the servants cleared the plates from the morning's meal, Lyanna's face had gone pale, her stomach twisting in a way that could no longer be blamed on rich food or nerves. She had risen from the bench and barely made it out the side door before she doubled over in the snow, retching violently behind the kennels. No one saw her, save for the kitchen boy who quickly looked away, pretending to fuss over the firewood. It had first happened during her birthday feast, an evening of roasted game, honeyed bread and sweet wine rarely found so far north. They had all dismissed it then. Even she had believed it was the result of indulgence, of a northern stomach not used to southern splendor. But now, it was unmistakable. Her moon blood had not come. Not since before her 16th name day. And Lioness Stark was no fool. Standing in the cold wind, she pressed a hand over her stomach, trembling. Her body was betraying her secrets, revealing truths no noble maiden could afford to wear. The memory of those fevered nights beneath the stars with Rhaegar whispers in the dark, fingers intertwined, vows spoken in stolen moments burned within her like the last embers of a dying fire. She had believed him. Believed in him. Now, all she had was this growing panic. And a child. She stumbled back to her room in silence, ignoring the curious looks of passing servants. The walls of Winterfell pressed in around her like the bars of a cage. Her chamber felt colder than it ever had. Rhaegar had promised her the world, had whispered of songs and destinies and kingdoms reborn. But he was gone. Crowned. Burdened. Distant. Had he meant to return? Had she simply been an escape for him, just as he had been for her? She sat on the edge of her bed, staring down at her hands. What now? Could she marry Robert Baratheon and pass the child as his? The thought made her stomach turn more than any spoiled meat. She had fought too hard to expose Robert's philandering ways, his bastards, his lusts, his brash oaths. To turn around and deceive him with another man's child, she couldn't do it. Her honor, wild and stubborn as the rest of her, would not allow it. Then what? She had no choices. No allies. She was a maiden of noble birth of the most ancient house of the north, and noble women did not bear bastards. It would shame her father. Her brothers. Winterfell itself. And Lord Rickard Stark had already endured enough shame with Brandon's southern-style wedding. He had refused to remarry, choosing to raise his children alone. That quiet sacrifice had always been Lyanna's comfort. She could not disgrace him now. There was only one answer. She had to leave. She waited until the moon hung full and silver above the trees. Her plans had been in motion for days: casual questions to the old hunter about provisions, idle chats with stable hands about the best forest paths. No one suspected anything. She'd gathered her meager savings, 28 gold dragons and 8 silver stars. She packed lightly but carefully smoked jerky, 2 cloaks, a fire starter, bedroll, waterskin. Everything tucked neatly into saddlebags hidden by the stable's rear fence. In the deepest hush of the night, Lyanna walked barefoot down the silent corridors of Winterfell. The stone was cold beneath her feet, the walls whispering old stories as she passed. She stopped at her father's chamber, the heavy oak door slightly ajar. The room inside was dark, save for the dull glow of dying embers in the hearth. Her father slept soundly, his thick grey beard rising and falling with his breath. She stepped inside, her heart pounding. "I'm sorry," she whispered, the words cracking from her throat. "I never wanted to do this. But I can't stay. I can't let you bear the shame of what I've done." She stood there for a long moment, watching him sleep, this stern, weathered man who had never once failed her, who had ruled his house with honor and steel. She wanted to reach for him, to kiss his brow, but her hand would not rise. She backed away before her courage failed, returning to her room only to scrawl a letter in trembling ink. "Father, I have run away with the one I love. I met him at the tourney of Harrenhal. Do not search for me. I am going south to be with him, and I beg you, please, forgive me." It was a lie. But a lie to buy her time. She folded the parchment, sealed it, and left it on her pillow. Then she crept from her room for the final time, a shadow among the sleeping halls of her childhood. Through the crypts she went, down into the heart of Winterfell, where a hidden tunnel that lead out to the forests beyond Wintertown. The night was cold, the trees skeletal and swaying in the wind, but her path was clear. At the mouth of the tunnel, her horse waited, saddlebags packed and tied, reins looped over a low branch. The old hunter's advice had served her well. She mounted quickly, pulling her cloak tight. The cold bit at her face as she turned the horse toward the narrow trail. Behind her, the great castle loomed, its towers silver in the moonlight, its gates closed, its people asleep. Lyanna Stark looked back only once. A tear slipped down her cheek, freezing on her skin. Then she kicked the horse forward, riding into the darkness of the trees away from home, from duty, from everything she had ever known. Toward a future she no longer dared to dream. _____. Chapter 12, Steel and Snow. The northern wind was biting cold that morning, but Harry didn't mind. He had grown accustomed to the chill, wrapped in his enchanted cloak, his gloved hands loosely gripping the reins of his horse as they trotted along the damp path veering off the King's Road. The snow had long melted at lower elevations, giving way to stretches of misty hills and pine-covered ridges. Every so often, he glanced up into the sky, where a pale white shape circled lazily above the clouds, his dragon, Winter, gliding with effortless grace. It had been nearly 2 months since he had last seen Doran and Oliver. He realized he owed them more than just silence. They had taken him in when he had nothing, strangers who had treated him like kin. And he hadn't even left a proper farewell. The Starks can wait, Harry muttered under his breath, guiding the horse off the main road. I've got time. The ride took most of the day. By late afternoon, familiar signs appeared: the forked tree with the iron nail embedded in its trunk, the moss-covered stones leading to Doran's cottage. But what Harry saw next brought him to a halt. The cottage had changed. The old thatched roof, once sagging and patched with tar, was now fully rethatched and neatly braced with new timbers. A fresh layer of whitewash brightened the cottage walls. There was a carved wooden eagle perched on the doorframe, and 2 flower beds lined the path leading to the porch. As Harry dismounted and walked toward the home, the front door burst open. "Lord Gryffindor!" cried a voice. 2 girls ran toward him, laughing and beaming. It was Elsa and Nina, Doran's daughters, only now they looked very different. Elsa, tall and graceful for her age, wore a deep blue woolen dress trimmed with silver thread, her long dark hair braided with red ribbons. Little Nina, perhaps even more cuter now, wore a fur-lined green cloak and clutched a carved wooden fox in her hands. "Lord Gryffindor! You're back!" Elsa squealed, grabbing his arm. "I missed you," Nina added, hugging his waist tightly. Harry smiled, genuinely touched. "It's good to see you both. You've grown." Elsa stepped back, eyes wide. "Did you come for the wedding?" Harry blinked. "Wedding? Whose wedding?" "Uncle Oliver's. He's marrying Beth tomorrow," she announced proudly, like it was a royal event. "Beth from the market?" Harry asked, his smile widening. Elsa nodded rapidly. "Yes. She's going to be our aunt." "Well," Harry chuckled, "I suppose I arrived just in time." The door to the cottage opened again and Doran stepped out, beaming from ear to ear. He looked younger than Harry remembered, clean-shaven, his salt and pepper hair tied back neatly, and his tunic freshly laundered. "Well, well," Doran said, striding forward and clasping Harry's forearm. "I told Beth he'd show up, didn't I, girls?" "You did," Elsa said, giggling. Doran's voice was warm. "Come inside, milord. Come in. My wife just baked honey oat bread." "I'll come by," Harry said, "but first I want to see Oliver." "He's at the mill." Still pretending he can fix things without breaking them, Doran said with a grin. "It's just down the path, you remember it?" "I remember." The girls clung to his arms as he walked, asking questions all at once. Did you go to White Harbor? Did you see a bear? Did you meet the Starks? Harry laughed as he gently pried them off. One at a time. I'll tell you everything at the wedding feast, all right. They agreed, reluctantly, and ran off to help their mother. The mill hadn't changed as much as the cottage, but even here there were signs of improvement. New tools stacked neatly on the side, a reinforced wooden awning over the door, and a sturdy new wheel turning slowly in the stream's current. Harry pushed the door open. Inside, the scent of sawdust and oil filled the air. Oliver stood by a large wooden table, hammer in hand, muttering curses at a plank that wouldn't settle flush. You're holding the chisel upside down, Harry said from the doorway. Oliver froze. Then he turned, slowly, and a smile broke across his face. Lord Gryffindor, he laughed, walking over and wrapping Harry in a one-armed hug. Where in the hells have you been? Harry returned the hug, grinning. Around. I heard someone's getting married. Damn right I am. Beth finally said yes after I got the roof fixed. He leaned back. Though I think it was the silver necklace you gave me that did most of the convincing. Harry raised a brow. So I'm the reason for this wedding. Oliver laughed. Let's just say your generosity put a few stars in her eyes. You staying long? I'll stay for the wedding, of course. Then I've got a trip to Winterfell. Oliver frowned. You sure you want to get involved with the northern politics? I've got my reasons. Oliver nodded. Well, you've got a place here if you ever need it. I know. That night, Harry stayed at the mill with Oliver. They talked well past midnight, sharing stories by firelight. When the hour grew late and Oliver finally fell asleep in his chair, Harry stepped outside. Above, the stars glittered like frost scattered across the heavens. And there, like a ghost among clouds, soared Winter, his white scales reflecting moonlight. Harry gave a soft whistle. The dragon answered with a deep-throated rumble from above before spiraling higher into the night sky. Smiling, Harry looked toward the distant silhouette of Winterfell. Soon, he thought. But for now, let's enjoy the calm. Smoke curled lazily from the chimneys, and laughter still echoed from the celebration that had rocked the little village all afternoon. The wedding had been a marvel unlike any the small folk had ever witnessed. Tables groaned under the weight of roasted boar, honeyed trout, venison pies, and fresh breads. There were platters of wild berries soaked in cream, jugs of spiced ale, and rare wines flowing like rivers, all of it made possible by the quiet generosity of one man. Harry had discreetly handed Doran a pouch earlier that morning, 20 more gold dragons, enough to feed the whole countryside and then some. It's for Oliver, he had said with a smile. Let him start married life with something worth remembering. And remembered it would be. The wedding had taken place before the Godswood tree, an ancient weirwood nestled just beyond the pasture, its white bark gnarled with age, crimson leaves fluttering like bloodied silk in the breeze. It was a sacred spot, and the villagers had decorated it with garlands of mountain heather and bluebells. Beth had worn a crown of flowers, and Oliver stood proud in his best tunic embroidered for the occasion with tiny gold thread around the cuffs, a gift from Doran's wife. When they kissed beneath the weirwood, the crowd cheered loud enough to wake the hills. That evening, the mill had become a hall of merriment. Lanterns swung from the rafters, casting golden light across flushed faces and swaying bodies. The wine Harry provided seemed enchanted, it never ran out, no matter how many jugs were poured. Villagers drank and danced until their legs gave out, and eventually one by one, the guests staggered home with full bellies and slurred blessings for the newlyweds. Now, the moon had risen high, silvering the quiet world. The noise had died down. The guests had departed. And Oliver and Beth were given privacy at last, their laughter now a gentle murmur behind closed shutters. Inside Doran's cottage, the hearth crackled softly. Harry sat in a simple wooden chair, stretching his legs near the fire, a half-empty cup of mulled wine resting in his hand. That was a good day, Doran said, slumping into the chair across from him with a tired sigh. "We'll be talking about it for generations." "You deserve it," Harry said with a smile. "So does Oliver. He's a good man." Doran chuckled. "He's a stubborn ass, but a good one." They sat in comfortable silence for a while, the kind only shared by men who had earned their rest. Then, Harry's ears perked. A distant clop-clop broke the stillness. Hooves. Multiple riders. Coming fast. Doran heard it too. He straightened in his chair. Who in the hells would be riding this way at this hour? Harry rose to his feet and moved toward the window, brushing aside the curtain. The road leading down to the mill was lit by moonlight, and he could see them 6 riders in dark cloaks, hoods up, swords on their hips. They weren't moving like farmers or kinfolk. Their posture was too upright, their pace too steady. "Trouble." "I'll take a look," Harry said, setting down his wine. "You stay inside." Doran didn't argue. "Be careful." Harry stepped out into the night, drawing his sword of Gryffindor from his belt. He walked down the gravel path, silent as a shadow, his boots making no sound as he passed between the trees toward the mill. The cold wind had picked up as Harry moved toward the mill, the moon high and pale behind shrouds of clouds. From the shadows, he had seen the riders dismount Bolton men, armored and armed, their cloaks bearing the flayed man of the dread fort. But it wasn't just soldiers. There was another among them, robed in grey, tall, thin, with skin as pale as frost and eyes that held the chill of death itself. Roose Bolton. Harry stayed hidden, crouched behind a low wall of stone and moss, while the lord of the dread fort stepped forward and banged his gauntlet against the mill door. When Oliver opened it, rubbing sleep from his eyes, Harry saw the moment fear overtook him. "You didn't ask for my permission," Roose Bolton said, voice quiet but cruel. "You are my tenant, Oliver. You live on my land. And yet you wed a woman extravagantly, no less without even sending an invitation to your liege lord." Oliver swallowed hard and bowed his head. "My lord, I didn't mean disrespect. It was." "Quiet," Roose hissed. "You weren't invited to think. You're a miller, not a knight. And I was not invited. Nor was I asked. That alone is offense. But then I hear rumors." He stepped forward, his lips curling into a mockery of a smile, "rumors that your bride is a beauty." Harry's fingers curled into fists as he watched Oliver step protectively in front of the door. Bolton's smile grew colder. "Did you forget our customs, boy? In these lands, a lord is entitled to the first taste of the harvest. Be it grain, meat, or women." He looked toward the mill, where Beth no doubt listened in terror from within. "And I intend to collect what is mine." "No please, she's my wife," Oliver stammered. "She's my subject," Roose replied. Then, with a sharp gesture, he ordered his men. "Drag him out." The soldiers grabbed Oliver by the arms and yanked him into the snow. He fell to his knees, struggling. Beth cried out from within the mill, but another soldier barred the door with his spear. Roose adjusted his gloves slowly. "I'll be brief," he muttered. "A quick visit. I'm sure the girl will learn to enjoy." "That's enough." The voice cut through the cold like steel. Every head turned. Harry stepped out from the shadows, cloak billowing behind him, the sword of Gryffindor gleaming silver under the moonlight. He walked with calm authority, eyes fixed on Roose Bolton. One of the Bolton men stepped forward, hand on his sword. "Who in the 7 hells are you?" Harry stopped a few paces away, sword resting at his side but ready. "I'm the man who's not going to let you touch that woman." Bolton raised an eyebrow. "You interfere with the affairs of House Bolton." "I interfere with rape," Harry said evenly, "no matter who tries to justify it." From the ground, Oliver shouted, "Lord Gryffindor, run! Please, you can't fight them all." Roose Bolton narrowed his eyes. "So you're the so-called Lord Gryffindor? The Ghost Lord of White Harbour?" "Humph!" I've studied the lords of Westeros since I was a boy. There's no Greyfinder in the north. Not in the Reach, nor Dorne, nor beyond the Vale. Certainly none in the south. He circled slowly, appraising Harry. And your name, it reeks of invention. Greyfinder? A child's tale. A made-up name meant to impress simple folk. Harry said nothing, letting Bolton talk. You think you can flaunt wealth and titles without consequence? That you can hand out gold to peasants and dance through the north like you are a king? Roose's mouth twisted. I know what you are. A fraud. A pretender. And now, a dead man. With a flick of his fingers, he gave the order. Kill him. The Bolton men advanced, 4 of them in full armor, swords drawn, their boots crunching through the frost-bitten grass. Harry didn't move. He held the sword low, tip resting in the snow, his breath misting in the cold. He let them come closer. 10 paces. 8. Then he gripped the hilt with both hands and stepped forward. _____. Chapter 13, Chapter 13, Lord Greyfinder and the Wolf Maiden. The cold wind blew hard across the northern woods as silence fell around the mill. The snow whispered beneath Harry's boots as he stood alone before the Bolton men, 4 soldiers in boiled leather and mail, swords drawn, eyes wary. Behind them, Lord Roose Bolton stood motionless in the back, watching with unreadable eyes. Harry held the sword of Greyfinder loosely in one hand, its ruby-studded hilt gleaming in the moonlight, its blade shimmering with a faint, wicked sheen. He remembered it all too well, the bite of the basilisk, the rush of venom on the fang, and how he drove that fang through the mouth of the beast. The sword had drunk deep that day, had absorbed poison no healer could cure. A single cut, Harry thought grimly, and they'd be dead within minutes. But he didn't want that. These men weren't monsters. They weren't Death Eaters. They weren't even the cruel sort. They were small folk raised to be soldiers, servants of the Boltons. They were following orders. That didn't make them blameless, but it didn't make them deserving of death, either. So Harry let the first sword strike come and he blocked it cleanly, sparks flaring where steel met magic. Then he pivoted, ducked under the second man's swing, and drove his fist into the soldier's ribs with a bone-jarring crack. The man fell, wheezing, clutching his side. The third soldier came in fast. Harry spun low and swept his leg beneath the man's stance. The soldier dropped like a felled tree. Another blade came for his shoulder. Harry twisted and stepped close, too close for the sword to matter, and struck the attacker with an open palm blow to the chest that sent him sprawling back into the snow. Punch after punch. Kick after kick. No magic. No swordplay. Just raw, honed instinct, reflexes sharpened by fighting Death Eaters, training with Sirius and Moody, fighting a war before he turned 17. One soldier tried to rise again. Harry didn't hesitate. He turned and elbowed the man in the temple. He went down and didn't get back up. All 4 men lay groaning in the snow, bruised, bloodied but alive. A sharp gasp came from the porch of the mill. Oliver and Beth, hand in hand, stared in disbelief. Harry slowly turned his eyes to the only man remaining, and now he is on horseback. Roose Bolton. The Lord of the Dread Fort looked down at his fallen soldiers, his thin mouth trembling at the corners. His pale eyes darted from Harry to the sword of Greyfinder, and in a single, pitiful motion, he spun his horse around and kicked it hard. Coward, Harry murmured. But he was already moving. With speed no knight could match, he lunged forward and caught the reins, and with his other hand, grabbed Bolton's wrist and pulled. Roose screamed as he tumbled off the saddle, hitting the frozen ground with a crunch and a low groan. His cloak sprawled around him, his ornate boots flailing. Harry stood over him, eyes cold. You came here to ruin a wedding, Harry said. You came to hurt an innocent woman. Now don't beg for her salvation. Roose grunted, his hand reaching for the dagger at his belt. Harry kicked it aside. Then he knelt, one hand still holding the sword, the other pressing against Bolton's chest. Let's see, Harry said quietly, what kind of man you really are. And he looked into Roose Bolton's eyes. Legitimacy flowed. The world blurred. And Harry saw. He saw a younger Bolton, face pale and emotionless, ordering a man's wife taken to his bed as punishment for a late harvest. He saw servants flayed for disobedience. A boy hanged for hunting a hare without permission. He saw women screaming behind locked doors. Children crying. Fields salted. Crops burned to teach lessons. Bolton didn't feel guilt. He didn't feel anything. He enjoyed it. The cold, surgical delight of inflicting pain. When Harry withdrew, his face was set like stone. Roose opened his mouth to speak, but Harry gave him no chance. I've seen enough. The sword of Gryffindor pierced cleanly through Roose Bolton's chest. The man choked once, blood on his lips, and then fell still. Harry stood in silence, breathing heavily, the sword dripping crimson into the snow. Behind him, Beth gasped. Oliver stepped forward, face pale. You killed him. Harry turned slowly. I did. Doran came running from the path, breathless. I saw riders from the woods. Are you all? He stopped when he saw the corpse. Gods! Harry wiped the blade on Bolton's cloak and sheathed it. You need to run, Doran said quickly. Now. You don't know what you've done, Harry. You killed a lord. The North won't care why. They won't care about the truth. The Starks won't have a choice, they'll have to hunt you down for justice. Oliver nodded, grabbing Harry's arm. They'll send riders, maybe even bannermen. You'll be declared a criminal. Harry looked down at the body. He was no lord. He was a monster. I know, Doran said. We all know. But the law. I understand. Harry turned toward the forest. The night was still dark, the snow undisturbed. He summoned his horse from the enchanted pouch and mounted swiftly. He turned back to Oliver and Beth, who stood close together, wide-eyed. I'm sorry, Harry said. For all of it. But no one will hurt any of you. As long as I breathe. Beth nodded silently, eyes glistening. Doran stepped forward. You'll always have friends here, Harry. But you need to go. Harry clicked his tongue and spurred the horse forward, galloping into the woods as snowflakes drifted down like falling ash. Above, circling silently, was winter. The white dragon screeched once, low and long, before vanishing into the clouds. And Harry, the so-called Lord Gryffindor, disappeared into the north once more, leaving behind a mill, a wedding, a grave in the snow and a legend that would spread across the lands before dawn. The wind howled across the icy plains of the north like a wounded beast. Snow fell in heavy, silent curtains as Lyanna Stark rode slowly through the storm, her hood drawn low and her furs wrapped tight. Her horse, a sturdy grey mare named Cinder, struggled through the deepening snow with heavy steps. Lyanna patted her neck gently. I know, girl. Just a little farther, she whispered, her breath fogging the air. We're both freezing. She had ridden through the night since fleeing Winterfell, but even her Stark blood could not ignore the cold much longer. Her fingers ached despite the gloves, her face was red and raw, and Cinder's legs trembled with exhaustion. She needed shelter and she knew exactly where to go. Tumbledown Tower. A crumbling ruin off the King's Road, half forgotten, half swallowed by the forest. It had served her family once before, during a short stop on their way to execute a deserter of the Night's Watch. Travelers and hunters still used it now and then, especially in winters like this. If the gods were kind, it would be abandoned. They were. The tower appeared through the mist like a ghost, its jagged silhouette rising against the sky. Stones lay scattered around it like the broken teeth of a dead giant. No smoke. No sounds. No movement. Lionel led Cinder into the ruin's shadow with a sigh of relief. Inside, the tower's bones still held walls that leaned but stood, and a section of ceiling that kept the snow at bay. She tied Cinder in the driest corner and rubbed her muzzle, whispering thanks. Then she moved to the hidden alcove behind the collapsed wall. As she hoped, a small stack of firewood still lay there dry, wrapped in an old tarp. She set about making a fire with shaking hands, striking the flint like her brothers had taught her. Sparks flew. Flames caught. Warmth spread. She sat down, wrapped in furs, and finally breathed. The meat pie she stole from the Winterfell kitchens was cold, but edible. She chewed slowly, staring into the fire. Thoughts came unbidden. Rigor. His voice. His songs. The look in his eyes when he called her my silver wolf. The promises of escape and freedom. Her fingers drifted to her stomach. The secret growing inside her. Her father's face rose next, stern, proud, perhaps even heartbroken when he read her note. He would search for her. Brandon, too. Even Eddard, from the Vale. All for nothing. She wasn't going south to meet her lover. She wasn't even certain where she was going. Just away. The fire crackled, and exhaustion overtook her. She curled up on the stone floor, cocooned in her cloaks, and drifted into uneasy sleep. The scream shattered her dreams. Lyanna jolted upright, heart pounding. Her hand flew to the dagger at her belt, but it was already too late. The tower was no longer empty. Figures loomed all around her, crouched and growling like wolves. Feral eyes, matted hair, yellowed teeth. Wildlings. At least 10 of them. The fire she built now roared, and beside it Cinder. Her horse lay dead, her throat slit. The wildlings had already begun butchering her, cutting thick slabs of meat and throwing them over the fire. That's her awake, one of them rasped, pointing with a bloody knife. Pretty thing. A man stepped forward, tall and thin with a face like leather and only 3 teeth to his name. He grinned at her with a crooked smile. Well now, he said, ain't you a gift from the gods? Another snorted nearby, drunk off stolen wine. Around them lay crates of supplies, furs, food, even blades marked with castle sigils. Plundered goods. Weapons of noblemen. They had raided someone's caravan, and they were still celebrating. Lyanna stared in horror. Her voice caught in her throat. The thin man knelt beside her and sniffed. Sauron perfume, he mused. Clean hands. Lashes like a lady. He reached for her face. What's a fine thing like you doin' out here all alone? Lyanna jerked her head away. Don't touch me. Oh ho. Another wildling laughed. She bites. We'll see how long that lasts, said a squat man by the fire. The lad who found her says she came from the road. Maybe she's runnin'. Maybe a runaway noble girl, eh? Then she don't belong to anyone, said the first man, his grin returning. And that means she's fair game. No, no, no. Lyanna backed against the tower wall, her hand still on her dagger. The wildlings were drunk and loud. They passed around bottles, laughed, argued. But the laughter was changing. Turning ugly. Who gets her first? Someone slurred. She woke in my watch. Shut your crooked teeth, Drogue. She looked at me. That means she wants me. Lyanna's stomach turned to ice. No, she said aloud, louder this time. You're not touching me. They laughed again, but something in her voice made the closest man hesitate. Just a flicker. I'm warning you, she said, drawing her dagger. Her hands trembled. I'm not afraid to kill. The toothless man leaned in close, face inches from hers. Oh, I don't mind a little fightin'. Makes it more fun. Lyanna slashed. The dagger cut his cheek. He roared and fell back. You little whore, he shouted. The tension in the ruined tower hung thick as the flames crackled, casting flickering shadows across the stone walls. Lyanna's breath was shallow, her eyes darting between the filthy faces that circled her like wolves around a wounded doe. Her dagger still trembled in her hand, but the numbers were against her. Then the sound of hooves. A sharp rhythm of iron against stone echoed from the direction of the broken archway that once served as the tower's entrance. The wildlings stiffened, hands drifting toward stolen weapons. One of them spat into the fire and snarled. "What now?" A lone rider emerged from the swirling snow, cloaked in heavy furs, the hood pulled deep over his face. His horse, white with ice dusted across its mane, snorted and stomped the frozen earth. "Greetings, strangers," came a voice from beneath the hood, calm, smooth, and unhurried. "I am a fellow traveler myself, and the night is far too cold to ride further. I see you have warmth. Might I join your fire?" The wildlings exchanged glances, confused. The man's tone held no fear, no urgency, and he had no blade drawn. The leader of the wildlings, Drogue, the one with the toothless grin, stepped forward with narrowed eyes. "You must be mad, rider. This land ain't for highborns playin' at adventure." The man dismounted without comment, brushing snow off his shoulders with a deliberate grace. His boots crunched across the stone floor as he approached the fire, cloak shifting with each step. Beneath the furs, one could just make out fine black boots, a deep red tunic, and the glint of a silver fastener. He looked like a lord. Lyanna's eyes widened in alarm. "No! Don't come closer," she cried. "These men are wildlings. They'll kill you." The stranger paused. His head tilted slightly as he turned to face her. For the first time, Lyanna could see his face clearly, youthful, sharp-jawed, with a quiet intelligence behind his green eyes. He blinked at her. "Wildlings," he repeated. Even the wildlings gaped at him now. "You don't know who we are," one of them growled. Harry frowned. "I thought you were fellow travelers, hungry ones, by the smell of roasted horse. But I suppose I should ask, what is a wildling?" The tower went silent. ______. Chapter 14, Chapter 14, Beyond the Wall, the Greyfinder and the Silver Wolf. Snow whispered against the collapsed roof and spiraled into the open ruins like ghostly breath. Harry sat cross-legged beside the fading flames, his cloak wrapped tight around his shoulders, eyes still flickering with thoughts. Lyanna Stark sat across from him, wrapped in a fur blanket, her face pale from cold and fear, yet her eyes burned with stubborn defiance. Around them, the wildlings lounged like wolves after a fresh kill, picking meat off the remains of her horse, sharpening stolen weapons, or swigging stolen wine. Harry's gaze drifted from the toothless man who had grabbed Lyanna earlier to the others, men and women hardened by frostbite, famine, and exile. Then something clicked. "So, when you called them wildlings," Harry said slowly, turning back to Lyanna, "you mean the ones the Night's Watch guards against? The ones beyond the wall?" Lyanna stared at him, perplexed. "Of course. Who else?" Harry blinked in confusion. I thought they were monsters. Creatures. Something inhuman. But they're just people. People like you and me." At this, all eyes turned toward Harry. Lyanna's, the wildlings, even the old man sharpening a sword in the corner raised an eyebrow. Lyanna's voice was cold with disbelief. "You really know nothing of the North?" "Apparently not," Harry admitted. He gestured toward the group. "They're dangerous, yes. But, they're hungry, hunted. I get it now. They can't grow food in those frozen lands, can't trade. So, they raid. What other choice do they have?" One of the older wildlings, a bearded man with braided grey hair and a scar down his face, grunted. "At least one kneeler gets it." Harry tilted his head. "How did you get here, though? Aren't there soldiers on the wall to stop you?" The old man nodded. "Some of us crossed the sea in small boats. Others scaled the wall. Like spiders. Like fools. Lost 2 men on the way down." Harry's eyes lit with admiration. "That's impressive. Risky, but impressive. One of the younger wildlings, tall and angry-eyed, spat to the side. Enough chatter. Let's kill the kneeler and take the girl. He eyed Lyanna hungrily. Claim her properly, like warriors. Lyanna recoiled, her face twisting in disgust. Harry raised his hand gently, palm open in a gesture of peace. You don't have to kill me. I'm not like the others from the north. The leader frowned. Why not? Harry shrugged. Because they'll be hunting me soon, too, and I would like to come with you to the land beyond the wall. A ripple of interest passed through the wildlings. Lionel looked up, startled. Why would they hunt you? The bearded one asked. Harry exhaled slowly, staring into the fire. Because I killed someone. Silence. Who? The tall wildling asked warily. Lord Bolton. Lyanna gasped audibly, clutching her cloak tighter. The entire room burst into noise. Some cheered, others barked laughter. The old scarred wildling gave a hoarse cackle. You killed Bolton? Ha! That flayed bastard had it coming. Another growled. Skinned my cousin alive for stealing a sheep. May his corpse rot in the snow. Drank wine from a skull, I heard, said another. Serves him right. Harry merely nodded, watching the sparks rise from the fire like fleeting spirits. Then one of the wildlings pointed at Lyanna. But what about her? We can't let her go. She's a noble. If we let her live, she'll bring the wolves down on us. Harry looked up, calm as ever. Then make it fair. A contest. Your way. Let her fate be decided by strength and skill. Several wildlings muttered in agreement. Another added, the old way. Jarl stood. Then an axe-throwing contest. They liked that. Axes were drawn, targets were arranged, a blackened plank of old oak hung on the far wall, marked with a rough red X in blood. Each man who desired to claim the girl took their place in line. Harry was the last. They began one by one, hurling heavy iron axes into the board. Some stuck near the center, others thudded into the walls. Lyanna watched, stone-faced, gripping her blanket tightly. Then came Harry's turn. He stepped forward, calm and composed. His axe gleamed under the light of the fire pit. With a small flick of his finger barely noticeable he whispered, impervious under his breath. A tiny enchantment to guide the axe true. He threw. The axe split the center of the X cleanly in two. A perfect throw. A silence fell. Then cheers erupted. The kneeler wins, someone called. Never seen a throw like that. He wins the girl. Harry turned to Lyanna and offered a faint smile. Come with me. He stepped forward and handed her the reins of his horse. Go. Ride to the road. Lyanna stared at him. You won. They'll let you have me. I didn't want to win you, Harry said quietly. I wanted to save you. She looked at the horse, then back at him. I can't go back, she whispered. I ran away. I'll bring shame to my family. I'm not married and carrying a child. Harry's expression softened. Then come with me. To the lands beyond the wall, she asked, searching his face. He nodded. You'll be safe there. A long pause. Then Lyanna nodded slowly. All right. Let's go. The wildlings, for once, made no protest. They were already starting to pack their things, preparing to move again. She's with you now, the old scarred one said to Harry. She's one of us. And with that, Lyanna Stark, once promised to a future queen of the south, once betrothed to the warden of the Stormlands, left behind her name, her titles and her fear riding with a stranger cloaked in firelight, toward the cold unknown. For nearly a week, they traveled like shadows through the deep pine forests and snowbound hills. The wildlings, skilled in the ways of secrecy and survival, led the group west at first, away from the well-patrolled King's Road. Then, they turned northward, skirting through frozen river valleys and the narrow mountain passes where the mountain clans of the north had long since made peace with silence and solitude. The terrain grew harsher with every league, but the wildlings were sure of their path. They knew the caves that no map recorded, the hunting grounds that bore meat even in winter, and the hidden streams that ran cold but clean. When the moon rose, they walked. When the sun broke through the clouds, they slept. Sometimes in the open under firs, other times in old, crumbling keeps of forgotten men, or in hollowed rock shelters veiled by snow. And always, Harry watched the skies, knowing that above, his dragon followed. Winter was never far. Invisible to the eyes of men, the great white beast flew higher than hawks, his scales blending into the clouds, his presence no more than a gust of wind or a flicker of shadow over the tree canopy. When they slept, winter curled atop distant cliffs or in snowy clearings, silent and watchful. Despite the hardships, there was laughter. Harry had a way with people, and even wildlings weren't immune to his charm. He told them stories not just of his homeland or foreign wars, but tales of impossible castles, talking portraits, flying brooms, and magical beasts that roamed unseen lands. At first, they thought he was mad. Then, they listened more. And then they laughed. Sometimes they demanded a story before setting up camp or made him swear to continue the tale the next night. In their world of ice and blood, Harry's voice became a light. Lyanna Stark often walked beside him. Wrapped in a fur cloak, her long black hair braided in wildling fashion, her grey eyes no longer cold but curious. One evening, as they camped in a high mountain cave that looked down upon the distant frost-covered pines, she leaned closer to him near the fire. "You never told me," she said, her voice quiet but not cold. "Why did you kill Roose Bolton?" Harry stirred the embers with a stick before answering. "Because he was about to rape a woman. My friend's wife. Said it was some ancient custom, first night rites." He spat the words with disgust. He thought being a lord gave him the right to take what wasn't his. "So, I killed him." Lyanna stared into the flames, silent for a long time. "Then you did the right thing," she said finally. "Not many men would risk death for a small folk's dignity." Harry looked at her. "What about you? Why did you run?" She took a shaky breath, her fingers tightening around the fur at her shoulders. "Because I was betrothed to a man I could never love. Robert Baratheon. My father arranged it. My brother approved. But they didn't know him like I did. He drinks, fights, beds whores, and then smiles like it's all a game." Harry listened, nodding gently. Lyanna continued, her voice trembling with memory. "Then I met him, Rhaegar Targaryen. The prince. He crowned me at the tourney of Harrenhal. Queen of love and beauty. Not Elia. Me." She smiled bitterly. "We met in secret, made plans for a life away from court. Away from Robert. But after he returned to King's Landing to claim his throne, he stopped sending letters. Stopped everything." Harry frowned. "You think he abandoned you?" "I don't know," she whispered. "Maybe he was caught. Maybe I was just an escape for him. But I can't go back. Not with a child growing inside me. I won't bring shame to my house. I won't let my son grow up in chains." Harry placed a hand over hers. "Then he won't." They said nothing more after that, just sat quietly beside the fire until it died to coals. On the seventh morning, the trees began to thin, and the cold wind carried a scent Harry had almost forgotten: salt. They came upon a long cliffside trail and, from its edge, the world opened to a frozen sea below. At the base of a jagged cliff, hidden by an overhang and thick sea mist, lay the mouth of a sea cave, dark and yawning like the mouth of an old god. They descended the switchbacks carefully, helping each other down slippery rock and icy ledges. The roar of the surf grew louder until it echoed off the stone around them. The cave itself was vast, its interior lined with crates, barrels, bundled furs, and weapons wrapped in oilcloth. "Loot from our last raid," said one wildling proudly. "Axewood and Bear Island both. A good season." Harry raised his brow. "How did you get all this down here?" "Carried it in piece by piece," said another. "And now it's time to take it home." 4 boats waited at the back of the cave, pulled half out of the water and covered in tarps. The wildlings wasted no time. They hauled the boats to the surf, loaded the supplies, and tested the oars. Harry stood with Lyanna beside the waves, the wind tugging at her cloak, her face pale but steady. "Once we cross," she said, "there's no coming back, is there?" Harry looked out over the grey, endless water. "Only if we want to." She nodded, her voice soft. "Then let's go." They boarded separate boats, 8 people to each vessel, and shoved off from the icy shore. The water was frigid, the sky full of clouds, and the sea swelled angrily beneath them. But above them, high above the clouds, winter circled like a ghost. No words were needed. Harry could feel his dragon through their bond. Winter would follow, guarding from the sky. Together, they rode toward the lands beyond lords and laws, where the free folk ruled themselves and no oaths bound the will of men and women. Lyanna Stark and Harry Greyfinder had left the world of politics and noble houses behind for now. But fate had not left them behind. Not yet. _____. Chapter 15, Chapter 15, Ice Raven's Refuge, the North Beyond the Wall. The sea was merciful that morning. Its glassy surface rippled gently beneath the hulls of the 4 wildling boats, the tide rolling slow and steady like a sleeping beast. The sky above was cloud-draped but quiet, and the air smelled sharp with salt. No waves, no wind, no storm on the horizon. It was as if the ocean itself had consented to their passage. The boats, crude but sturdy, had no sails. Wildlings had no use for them. They were oar-powered, long and narrow, made for speed and stealth, not war. In each boat, oars dipped and pulled, in an uneven but determined rhythm. Harry sat beside Lyanna Stark in the second boat, glancing at her pale face as she leaned forward, arms wrapped tightly around her knees. "You're seasick," he said gently, pulling one of the oars from a nearby wildling who gave it up without complaint. "I don't know if it's the sea," she muttered, "or the child." Her face flushed as she added, "or both." Harry gave her a sympathetic look. "Rest. We've got this." Lyanna nodded and closed her eyes, leaning back against the bundled furs behind her. Her breath came slow and shallow as she tried to will the nausea away. The wildlings, meanwhile, had no intention of suffering in silence. One of them, a thick-shouldered man with a braided beard and a ragged wolfskin across his back, threw his head back and howled a raunchy tune into the sky. "Oh, my wife, she's wadin' with a belly and a blade. Hair like hay and teeth like stone, gods, I've missed that maid. She'll beat me when she sees me, then she'll drag me to the bed, where I'll show her how I missed her, till the straw is red." The others burst into laughter, slapping the sides of the boat with their oars in a thudding rhythm. "Oi! That's your wife you're talking about, Augur," one of the men in the next boat shouted across the water. Augur grinned, showing more missing teeth than whole ones. "Aye, and she's got the strength of a bear and the appetite of 3. I hope she's still waitin'." Their singing resumed, more like howling than melody, full of vulgar verses, crude laughter, and chest-thumping bravado. But behind the jest, Harry could sense it: longing. Desperation. These weren't just songs. They were prayers hidden behind dirty jokes. Harry pulled steadily on the oar, matching the rhythm set by the others. It was hard work, but the singing made it easier. "Your turn, Kneeler," someone yelled from the lead boat. Harry raised his voice, loud enough for all 4 boats to hear. "There once was a man from down in the vale, who wooed a fair lass with a fish in a pail. He lost the damn fish, but she didn't much care, for he'd hidden a trout in his britches right there." Laughter echoed across the water. Even Lyanna cracked a smile before covering her mouth to stifle another round of retching. She's not used to sea travel, Harry explained to a nearby oarsman. Or wildling food. At that, a small piece of blackened meat was tossed into his lap. Best she start. Tonight it's horse again. Harry held the piece up and gave Lyanna a questioning look. She turned her head away. It was my horse. I know. He set it aside without comment. He would feed her something better later, maybe some dried pears or honeyed bread from his magical trunk. The trunk sat hidden in his coat pocket, magically shrunk. No one knew about it, and Harry had been careful to ensure that its nature remained a secret. The wildlings were not evil, but desperation made men covetous. Even friends. Lyanna stirred later that afternoon and asked to try rowing. She managed half a dozen strokes before groaning in frustration and handing the oar back. I can ride a horse through a blizzard and split an arrow with my own, but this is torture. Harry grinned. It takes time. I don't have time, she said under her breath, resting her hand on her belly. The sun had begun its slow descent when Harry leaned toward her, curiosity in his eyes. Tell me about your family, he said. She blinked, caught off guard. Why? Because I've met lords and ladies, but never a Stark. And I like to know things. Lyanna sighed and looked out over the water, her fingers tightening around the boat's edge. There's not much to say. My father, Lord Rickard Stark, is a hard man. Not cruel, but distant. He never remarried after my mother died. He always said the North doesn't need more songs, it needs strong roots. Sounds like a Stark thing to say. She smiled faintly. It is. My eldest brother, Brandon, was the wildfire in our house, brave, reckless, stubborn. He was married to Catelyn Tully. She stopped herself. Harry nodded solemnly. Then there's Eddard. We called him Ned. He's quiet. Thoughtful. I think he would have made a better maester than a lord, but he bears the Stark name with pride. Do you look like him? She laughed, genuinely now. No. Ned looks like our father. I look like our mother. Or so I've been told. I was the unruly one, the daughter who climbed trees, threw snowballs at squires, and snuck into the kennels to play with the wolf pups. There is also Benjen, my younger brother, and I miss him already. Doesn't sound like a bad family to me. It wasn't. Not until I was told I'd be married off to Robert. She spat the name like it tasted sour. The boats glided forward, oars cutting the calm sea. The Bear Island patrols hadn't seen them. Or if they had, they hadn't bothered to interfere. That suited Harry just fine. By dusk, the clouds burned orange along the western horizon. The men grew quieter, the singing faded, and even the tapping of oars slowed as muscles tired and voices faded. Harry glanced skyward once more. Winter was up there, he could feel it in his chest. A steady presence. A protective force. No words were needed between them. The bond was enough. As Lyanna finally curled beneath a fur cloak and fell into a restless sleep beside him, Harry kept rowing, his arms aching but his resolve firm. They were heading toward freedom. But freedom, Harry knew, was never free. It was early morning when the horizon began to shift. A distant glimmer broke through the lingering mist, a white peak, jagged and glorious, pierced the pale blue sky. The wildlings saw it first. The tallest among them pointed and shouted, "Home!" The others took up the call, and soon the boats surged forward with renewed vigor. The oars dipped faster into the still sea, spurred on by the sight of snow-covered mountains rising like frozen sentinels above the bay. Harry leaned forward, his breath catching as the land came into full view. The beauty was raw and brutal: steep cliffs draped in frost, waterfalls frozen mid-cascade, and a jagged coastline dotted with black stones and thick pine forests. But it wasn't the mountains that drew their focus. It was the narrowing inlet. They were rowing into a bay shaped like a wide triangle, its mouth yawning before gradually tapering into a slender, winding fjord. Towering cliffs stood on either side like walls, and the echo of their oars splashing against water bounced off the stone. There was a haunting quietness here, broken only by the occasional cry of seabirds and the creak of wooden boats. As the passage narrowed, Harry stood, straining his eyes ahead. "There," he whispered to Lyanna, nudging her gently awake. She stirred, blinking the sleep from her eyes. "What is it?" "Look." And then she saw it. Nestled in the cradle of rock and pine, tucked just far enough from the sea to be hidden from the shoreline, was a village. Not made of stone or timber like those in the south, but of immense tents some the size of halls stitched together from the hides of elk, bear, and mammoth. Long tree trunks had been carved and hammered to serve as support beams, angled in a conical shape to resist the weight of snow. Smoke curled from holes at the tops, rising lazily into the cold air. Crows circled above the village in great numbers, their cries echoing like sentries sounding in alarm. Harry turned to Jarl, the broad-shouldered wildling who had guided them since their meeting. "This is it." Jarl grinned. Ice Raven Village. My home. My father is chief here." They beached the boats on a strip of black sand where the cliffs receded. As the wildlings leapt into the icy shallows and hauled the boats ashore, Harry helped Lyanna down carefully. She clutched his arm for balance, still uneasy from the voyage. The first to greet them weren't warriors, but children. Bundles of fur with tiny hands and curious eyes, the children of the ice ravens ran toward the returning raiders with shrieks of joy. Some carried wooden clubs, others dragged toys made from driftwood. They stopped short when they saw Harry and Lyanna, tilting their heads as though examining mythical creatures from stories. One child with a red fox pelt hat pointed at Lyanna. "Is she a ghost?" Another giggled. "She's got hair like snow." Jarl shooed them away with a laugh. "Go on now. Fetch your mothers." He led Harry and Lyanna through the outer edge of the village, where furs hung from wooden racks and smoked meats dangled above drying pits. Women emerged from the tents, joy lighting their faces as they ran to greet the returning men. Laughs, tears, and kisses filled the air. But not all shared in the joy. Some women stood alone, eyes searching the arriving boats, finding no familiar face. One woman dropped to her knees when she realized her son hadn't returned. Jarl's smile faded as he approached the large tent at the village's edge, a towering structure supported by carved pine beams. "My father's hall," he said. "Come." Inside, it was warm and smoky. A fire burned at the center pit, and seated near it was an older man, his face carved from stone and wind. His beard was streaked with grey, and scars crisscrossed his brow. He rose when he saw Jarl. "My son," he said, clasping his arm. Then his eyes moved to Harry and Lyanna. "These are your guests." Jarl nodded. "The one who killed Roose Bolton." The chief's gaze sharpened. He stepped forward and studied Harry as one might inspect a weapon. "That alone makes you a friend. You may stay. Both of you." "Thank you," Harry replied, bowing slightly. "But I hope you don't mind I may suggest some changes." That earned a grunt. Outsiders always want to change what they don't understand. Harry left it at that, for now. They spent the day moving through the village. The stolen goods were unpacked crates of wheat, barrels of wine, axes, and boots and rope, all taken from northern settlements. The villagers were efficient and jubilant, but Harry's eyes noted more than celebration. The tents, even the largest ones, were poorly insulated. Snow crept in through the cracks, and the wind rattled the hide walls. Children coughed from cold air. The camp had no wall, no defense, not even a watchtower. And the location was perilous, hidden only by isolation. "We can build something better," Harry told Lyanna that night. "But they won't listen yet. They don't trust outsiders," she murmured, sitting beside him near a crackling fire. "Can you blame them?" "No," he said softly. "But I'll earn it." As the days passed, Harry made himself useful. He healed a child's frostbite using herbs he brought in his trunk, helped repair leaking tents with clever stitching charms, and hunted in the nearby woods, always careful to hide his magic. But Lyanna, she became the focus of unwanted attention. Whispers followed her wherever she went. Men stared, some openly, others through narrowed eyes. Her high-born looks, her clean skin, her grace, she was too different. Too desirable. She wasn't one of them, and they knew she wasn't Harry's wife. One evening, a wildling approached Harry with a grin. "You'll trade the girl? I've got a fine goat. Even fatter than her." Harry's jaw tightened. "She's not for trade." Another man, emboldened, offered him a sack of dried fish. For just one night. That night, Lyanna trembled as she sat beside Harry. "I can't stay here." He nodded. "We'll leave soon. Head north. Past even this place." "Where will we go?" "To the edge of the world," he said. "And then, if there's nothing beyond, we'll build something." They stayed 2 more weeks. Long enough to rest. Long enough to mourn the dead. Long enough to learn what they could of the ice ravens, who despite their ruggedness, were still people trying to survive in a world that had forgotten them. When they left, it was with little ceremony. Jarl met them at the edge of the village. "You're going into the mountains?" Harry nodded. "Further north. Maybe east, if the path allows." Jarl handed him a wrapped bundle. "Dried meat, furs and bone knives. Gifts from my father. And from me." Harry took it. "Thank you." As they walked away, Lyanna pulled her cloak tighter. "Do you really think we'll find peace?" He looked back once at the village of smoke and tents. Then forward, into the white expanse. "If not," he said, "we'll make it." ______. Chapter 16, Chapter 16, A Dragon in the North. There are many things that made Lyanna stark shocked. In the 15 years she lived, a few had left lasting impressions: the death of her mother when she was still a child, the first time she stole Brandon's horse and fell trying to ride it across the frozen stream near Winterfell, the moment Prince Rhaegar Targaryen placed a crown of blue winter roses on her head at the tourney of Harrenhal, and more recently, the discovery that she was pregnant with Rhaegar's child. Then, of course, there was her near assault at the hands of wildlings. But what she saw now easily made it to her top 3 most shocking moments. A massive white dragon descended from the sky. It appeared from the pale clouds like a phantom, its wings slicing through the air in silence, only the roar of wind announcing its approach. The dragon landed before them, snow billowing around its gigantic claws as it touched the earth. It was enormous, larger than any warhorse, larger than a hall with scales as white as snow, sleek and unblemished. Its wings folded with a graceful rustle, and its large, slitted eyes gleamed like polished ice. Lyanna gasped, stumbling a step backward. "What in the name of the old gods?" she whispered, instinctively pressing herself behind Harry. Harry stood calmly, as if he hadn't just been met by one of the most fearsome beasts known to man. He looked at the dragon with quiet fondness, no fear in his posture. "Lyanna," he said, turning slightly, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder, "this is my dragon. His name is Winter." Lyanna blinked. "You have a dragon?" Harry smiled. "Yes. He's been following us forever. Quietly. He always keeps an eye on me." Winter exhaled through his nostrils, and the warm steam from his breath wafted into the freezing air. Lyanna felt like her knees might buckle. The stories of dragons were just that, stories. Tales sung by bards and whispered by old crones around hearths. Everyone knew the dragons had died out with the last Targaryens during the Dance of the Dragons. And yet here stood a living legend. The dragon lowered its head slightly, its piercing gaze fixed on her. Harry nudged her gently forward. "Winter wants to meet you." "Meet me?" she hissed. "It's a dragon." "He's more than that," Harry said. "He's intelligent. He understands us. Winter shifted again, flicking some of the snow from his wings as he adjusted his position. The dragon stared at Lyanna, tilting its massive head as if waiting for her to do something. Lyanna took a shaky step forward. Hi! Hi, Winter, she said awkwardly, raising a hand in the air. Then she added, in a whisper, don't eat me. Harry laughed behind her. He won't. He will protect you. Winter gave a slow, deliberate nod, and the sight made Lyanna freeze in place. He understood you, she said in disbelief. Harry nodded. Of course. Dragons are connected to their rider. But Winter, he's more than just a beast. He's seen worlds beyond this one. He understands fear, anger, even sorrow. Lyanna turned to look at him. Where did you get him? Harry hesitated. That's a long story. One for another time. They stood in silence for a few moments, the snow falling gently around them, and Winter's breath steaming in the cold air. Then, Harry asked, would you like to fly with him? Lyanna's mouth dropped open. What? He can carry us both. He won't drop you. I promise. She looked at Winter, then back at Harry. Is he safe? He's the safest place you could be. Winter lowered his massive body to the ground, wings splayed slightly for balance. A low, rumbling sound emerged from his chest, not a growl, but something softer. Harry climbed up first, expertly gripping the dragon's spine ridges. He held a hand down to her. Lyanna hesitated for a moment, then took his hand. The moment she settled behind him, Winter lifted into the air. The earth fell away beneath them as the wind rushed past, and Lyanna clutched Harry tightly. The sensation of flight, true flight, was like nothing she had ever known. The cold air slapped her cheeks, the snowflakes stung her eyes, but the feeling of freedom was overwhelming. They flew high above the nearby glacier lake, over forests, mountains, and frozen rivers. From this height, Lyanna could see the world stretched out below her like a map. She let out a laugh, wild and free. And Harry, seated in front of her, smiled. When Winter landed again, it was in a clearing near the edge of a glacier, far beyond the reach of any wildling settlement. The air was sharp, the silence profound. Lyanna stumbled slightly as she dismounted, her legs weak from the thrill of flight. You're insane, she said breathlessly. Do you know that? Harry grinned. You liked it. She did. But she wasn't about to admit it. Winter moved behind them, curling into a resting position, wings tucked close. Lyanna looked at Harry, still trying to piece everything together. Who are you, really? She asked. Harry looked up at the sky. The clouds were parting, revealing the pale blue of the northern morning. A boy who grew up in a cupboard, he said softly. A boy who lived. A man now trying to live on his own terms. She furrowed her brow. A cupboard. He chuckled. Another story for another time. They made camp there, with Harry conjuring a small magical shelter, nothing that would arouse suspicion, just a windbreak and heat charms for their blankets. Lyanna sat beside him, the silence between them no longer awkward. I'm not sure where we go from here, she admitted. Harry looked toward the north. Further. Until we find a place where no one can find us. And what then? He turned to her, his voice steady. Then we build something new. And far above, circling silently like a guardian in the sky, the white dragon Winter watched them, unseen by any soul save his bonded. The morning air was biting cold, crisp with the scent of pine and the faint tang of frost. Lyanna Stark had begun to grow used to waking among snow-laden boughs and canvas covers, but what greeted her that morning made her sit up with such suddenness that the blanket slid off her shoulders. There, not far from their makeshift camp, stood the dragon. Winter. Massive. Pristine. Wild. The dragon's white scales shimmered like fresh snow in the rising sunlight. Its long wings folded gently to its sides as it crouched over its meal, a recently slain mammoth. Its tusks were broken, its thick woolen hide ripped open, and steam rose from the open carcass as Winter tore into it with deliberate satisfaction, like a cat that had just found a fat mouse. Lioness swallowed hard. "By the old gods," she whispered. "He caught a mammoth." "Yes," Harry said cheerfully from beside her, already crouching down to light a small magical fire near the canvas lean-to they'd raised the night before. "He bring down one last week. They're surprisingly fast for their size. Took me a while to believe the mammoth exist here." "Yes, mammoths are near extinct in the Westeros," Lioness said, incredulous. "Only ever read about them in old Maester Wallen's scrolls." "There's some mammoth beyond the wall," Harry said, standing again and brushing the snow from his cloak. "Still, an easy hunt. He's been practicing." She wrapped the blanket tighter around her shoulders. "I feel like I'm living in a fever dream." Harry smiled and reached into his cloak pocket, pulling out what looked like a tiny wooden box. "What's that?" she asked, watching him curiously. Instead of replying, Harry tapped the box with his wand and muttered, "Engorgio." Before her eyes, the box expanded into a large, intricately carved trunk, the kind that looked like it belonged in a nobleman's solar. Lioness stepped closer, astonished. "Is that a trunk?" "Indeed," Harry said with a grin, kneeling before it. He flipped open the lid and began to rummage inside. Out came bundles of dried vegetables wrapped in enchanted linen, spice jars with labels in a flowing script she didn't recognize, polished cooking pots that gleamed like silver, and thick slabs of cured meat still glistening with salt. "Where did you get all this?" Harry shrugged, setting a pot over the fire. "Collected them. Bought them. Traded for some in White Harbor. Others I brought from, well, far away." "You're rich," she said, watching him with narrowed eyes. "You're more than a wandering swordsman, aren't you?" "I never claimed to be just a swordsman," he replied with a wink. "But then how do you know cooking? Didn't you had servants?" He tossed a handful of chopped onion into the pot, and a warm, savory smell immediately began to rise. "Because I like it. Food is one of the few ways to bring comfort in a wild place." When she tasted the stew he prepared thick with meat, vegetables, and spices that danced on her tongue, Lioness couldn't help but groan in delight. "Gods, this is better than anything I've had at Winterfell." "High praise from the daughter of a warden of the north," Harry said, offering her a slice of crusty bread he had baked over the coals the night before. She nodded, licking her fingers. "Better than the royal kitchens, I'd wager." Their moment of calm was interrupted by memory. Lionel looked toward the woods, toward where the Ice Raven tribe had once stood. "They told us to stay," she murmured. "Said the rest of the free folk wouldn't be so kind." "I remember," Harry replied, stirring the pot. "But kindness doesn't build a future. I want to offer something else." "And what is that?" she asked. "A home," he said simply. "A place where wildlings or free folk can live without fear. Where they can work, grow, trade. A real settlement. With walls. With order." Lioness studied him as he stood and poured her a bowl. "Do you really believe that's possible?" Harry handed her the bowl and crouched beside her, gazing out into the white wilderness. "I have a dragon. I have gold. I have magic. And I have you." That made her cheeks color, and she looked away. "But more than that," Harry continued, "I have a dream. If we settle near the eastern edge of this land, we can build a port. Not for the Seven Kingdoms, they'll never trade with the wildlings, but for Essos. The free cities don't care where the goods come from if the gold is real." Lioness frowned. "You'd risk your life for that." "I already have." Later that day, they took flight on Winter's back, soaring high above the frozen forests and ice-covered valleys. The land below was white and ancient, dotted with craggy cliffs, dark lakes, and the occasional herd of elk fleeing at the dragon's shadow. For 3 days they flew, stopping only to sleep in shallow caves or among thick evergreens. Harry used his magical compass to orient himself while Lyanna kept watch with sharp northern eyes. Then, at last, Harry saw it. The river. It was a grand and ancient artery of water, winding through the snowfields like a silver snake. The river forked sharply into two distinct branches, creating a natural wedge of land protected on three sides. The perfect spot. There, he said, pointing. That's where we'll build. Lyanna squinted. That's the Antler River. I read about it once, only a few ever dared live near it. Floods, harsh winters, and legends. Harry grinned. I like legends. As winter descended toward a wide, flat section of the land between the forks, Harry looked thoughtful. What should we call it? You're asking me, she said, stunned. He nodded. It's our home now. Our dream. She thought for a moment. Something northern. Something that speaks of survival. I was thinking. Harry hesitated, then smiled. Narnia. She blinked. Narnia. A place from a story I read as a child. A land of magic, snow, talking animals, and endless wonder. A place where even the most unlikely people can become kings and queens. Lyanna let the name roll off her tongue. Narnia. And for the first time in weeks, she smiled genuinely, freely, with hope. Narnia, she repeated. Then let's build it. Harry nodded, placing a hand over hers. Together. And high above them, winter roared a cry that echoed across the vast white wilderness, as if the dragon himself was claiming the land. Their land. Their future. Their Narnia. _____. Chapter 17, Chapter 17, Magic in the Walls. Lyanna Stark awoke to warmth. It was the first sensation she registered, true, enveloping warmth that wrapped around her like a mother's embrace. For a disorienting moment, she thought she was back at Winterfell in her old bedchamber, curled beneath heavy woolen quilts, the fire crackling in the hearth nearby, and her maid gently calling her to wake. But the silence was too deep, too pure. And the scent was not of burning pine logs or beeswax candles, but of fresh wood, melted snow, and something faintly herbal. She opened her eyes slowly. The ceiling above her was smooth and dark, made of polished wood planks that gleamed faintly in the morning light. A soft ray of sunshine poured through the square-paned window to her right, illuminating a corner of the room where a stack of books sat neatly on a carved shelf. The air inside was warm and still, and her breath did not fog before her. For the first time since leaving Winterfell, she had slept without cold biting at her toes or fear clenching her stomach. She pushed the blanket aside, thick, quilted, and impossibly soft, and swung her legs out of the bed, bare feet touching a rug laid over wooden floorboards. Her cloak had been hung near the fireplace, which now glowed with soft embers. She realized she was still in her shift from the night before, her braid loose against her shoulder. Then it all came rushing back, the flight with winter, the snowy expanse of the land beyond the wall, the Antler River, and Harry. Harry. She stood and walked to the doorway, rubbing her eyes. The cabin was not large, but it was beautifully crafted. 2 beds sat on either side of the room, each neatly made. Between them, a small wooden table stood with 2 chairs tucked beneath it. Pots and pans hung above a counter where a basin rested, beside a small cabinet that held simple dishes. Near the hearth, a kettle steamed gently, and the scent of something savory reached her nose. Morning, came a voice from the far side of the room. She turned. Harry was crouched near a small wood-burning stove, stirring a pot with a wooden spoon. He was dressed in a dark green tunic and warm trousers, his cloak draped over the chair beside him. His hair was tousled from the wind and sleep, but his expression was content. Lyanna blinked. Where, how? He grinned. You like it? She turned around slowly, still in awe. You made this with magic. Mostly, he said, standing and ladling something from the pot into 2 bowls. I used lot of transfiguration and conjuration. It lasts for about 2 weeks before the structure begins to fade. But it's stable, safe, and more importantly, warm. You made this last night, when I was sleeping. With the help of magic, yes. Still had to gather wood and snowproof the corners. And I enchanted the hearth so it keeps the temperature stable inside. Lyanna walked to the table and sat, still staring around. It's like something out of a dream. He handed her a bowl. Try this. Stew with beans, wild carrots, and salted pork. She accepted it gratefully and took a bite. Her eyes widened at the flavor. If I had met you before all this mess, I would have begged Father to make you my personal cook. I'd rather not, he said with a laugh. Too many rules. Besides, I don't cook for money, I cook for myself. She looked down at the bowl, then back around the room. You even made beds. Real beds. I don't remember the last time I slept so well. You were drooling slightly, Harry teased, sipping from his own bowl. She shot him a glare. I was not. You were. She rolled her eyes, though a smile tugged at her lips. You're impossible. And you're difficult. But we seem to manage. They ate in silence for a time, broken only by the occasional crackle from the fire. The peace was welcome, the kind that rarely existed in her old life before secret meetings, fleeing her home, and being nearly assaulted in the wilderness. When the bowls were empty, Lyanna placed hers on the counter and turned toward him again. You said this house won't last long. Harry nodded, leaning back against the chair. A week, maybe 2. That's the limit for most conjured structures. The magic begins to unravel after that. And after that, I'll build a real cottage. Stone, timber, insulation. Maybe even some glass windows if I can melt the sand nearby and transfigure it. It'll take longer, but I want something that lasts. For us, and for the people who'll come after. She crossed her arms and looked at him curiously. You think there will be others? There always are, Harry said. Wanderers. Lost ones. Families seeking shelter. People who don't fit in with the clans. If we build something strong here, a real settlement, others will find their way to it. And we'll call it Narnia, she said softly. He smiled again. Yes. A land of snow, wonder, and prosperity. Lyanna walked to the window, brushing the frost away with her sleeve. Outside, the dragon lay curled near a ridge, snow already beginning to dust its pale scales again. Winter lifted his head slowly, glancing toward the cabin as if he could sense her gaze. She quickly stepped back. He still terrifies me. He's more bark than bite, Harry said. Unless you're a mammoth. She turned toward him, voice quieter now. And me? Why do you keep protecting me? You don't even know me. Harry stood. Maybe I don't need to. Maybe I just know you're someone worth protecting. She looked away, her fingers brushing the edge of the table. I'm not the girl from the songs, Harry. I'm not a princess locked in a tower. I'm the girl who ran away. The girl carrying a bastard. Then you're brave, he said simply. Silence settled again. She finally looked up. What if we do build this place? What if it becomes real, permanent? Will you stay? Yes, Harry said, without hesitation. This isn't just a hiding place, Lyanna. It's a beginning. And somehow, Lyanna believed him. Lyanna Stark had never seen a man levitate a boulder before. Let alone 5. Yet every day since Harry had begun working on their future cottage, she had watched, often from the comfort of her conjured chair near the cabin, as he waved his hand or wand and summoned massive stones from the forest's edge or river bank, guiding them through the air like they weighed no more than feathers. They would float and hover in the air with a hum, and with a flick of his fingers, the boulders would gently settle into place with precision and grace that no mason could replicate. It was mesmerizing. More so was the man himself. Harry was shirtless that day, his tunic discarded in favor of cooling off from the work. His back glistened with sweat beneath the pale sunlight, muscles shifting with each movement as he walked across the rising stone foundation. He wiped his brow with a rag and then raised his hand again, guiding a fresh tree trunk recently felled and stripped of its bark into position. Lyanna tried not to stare. She failed, miserably. It must be the pregnancy, she told herself. That's what it was. Hormones. Wild, unpredictable, treacherous hormones. But it didn't help that Harry was so calm. So capable. So unlike the men she had grown up around. She had known lords and knights her whole life, men full of bravado and sharp tongues, adorned in fine silks or heavy armor. Men like Robert, whose affections came in the form of bold declarations and loud laughter. But Harry, he wasn't loud. He didn't boast. He built. He planned. He cooked, God's help her, better than any castle chef she'd ever known. And he listened. Truly listened when she spoke. And when he sparred with his enchanted dummies, armored logmen that moved, swung, and even insulted him in crude, magically infused voices, she found herself laughing out loud. Swing like that again, and you'll drop your own blade, you half-witted goat, one dummy had bellowed just that morning. Harry rolled his eyes and jabbed it through the belly with a clean strike. Better? He asked. Marginally. Still wouldn't scare a crippled badger, the dummy replied. Lyanna had nearly choked on her breakfast. Now, she stood at the edge of the clearing, arms crossed over her chest, one foot resting on a moss-covered stone as she watched Harry shift a pile of stones into a neat row. She bit her lip, cheeks flushing when he turned slightly and caught her watching. "You're staring again," he said with a teasing grin. "I'm not," she lied. "I was, just watching your technique. Very graceful." "Oh? Interested in learning?" Lyanna looked down at her swollen belly. She was just beginning to show, barely, but her gown had grown snug. "In case you haven't noticed, I'm a bit preoccupied." Harry chuckled, lowering himself to sit on one of the partially built walls. "True. But when the baby comes, and you feel ready, I'll teach you. Sword, bow, knife, whatever you want." She looked up, surprised. "Really? You'd teach me to fight?" His gaze softened. "Of course. I think every person should know how to defend themselves, especially in a world like this." "No one's ever offered," she said quietly. "Not even my brothers. Father always said I should learn music and dancing. Not the blade." "Well," Harry said, pulling on his boots and standing again, "then your father's a stubborn old man." She smiled faintly, eyes shimmering. "He is." They fell into silence again, save for the crackle of magic and the occasional thump of a rock settling into place. Lyanna eventually approached him, watching closely as he flicked his wrist and a small gust of wind brushed dust from a newly set joint in the wall. "I thought you said using magic for construction was a bad idea," she said, folding her arms. "It is," he replied without missing a beat, "if you're trying to conjure the materials. Magically created things don't last long. But these stones? These trees? They're real. I'm just using magic to move them. Not change them. So the cottage won't fall apart. Not unless you plan on hurling mammoths at it." She snorted. "I'll try to restrain myself." Harry smiled at her warmly, then turned back to the work. "I'm insulating the walls with clay. Helps trap heat. Once the walls are finished, I'll enchant the roof to be waterproof until I can finish the shingles." She reached out and ran her hand along the newly stacked stones. They were smooth, well-fitted, mortared with natural earth that smelled clean and cool. "You've built all this in just 3 days." "Well, I had help," he said, glancing at the enchanted tools that hovered nearby, brushing off excess debris or smoothing edges. "And what happens when this place is finished?" she asked, softer now. "Will you keep building?" Harry paused, turning toward her with a more serious expression. "Yes. One home is a start. But if we want a real settlement, a place people can live, raise children, farm, trade, then we need more. Houses, a forge, storage huts. Maybe even a school." She looked at him with a strange expression. "You've thought this through?" "I've had a lot of time to think," he said simply. "And people deserve a life with dignity. Not one spent hiding in caves or scavenging off the dead." She hesitated. "And me?" Harry turned to her fully. "What about you? Where do I fit in all this?" His eyes searched hers. "Wherever you want to. I won't cage you, Lyanna. You're not here because I saved you or because of the child. You're here because you chose to be." She swallowed thickly, a rush of heat and emotion rising in her chest. She nodded and turned away quickly, brushing a stray hair behind her ear. Behind her, Harry went back to work. And she watched him again, this time with something deeper than just admiration. She was no longer just a runaway lady. She was a woman standing at the beginning of something new. A foundation being laid not just of stone, but of trust, of purpose. And maybe, just maybe, of love. _____. Chapter 18, Chapter 18, Building Together. When Lyanna Stark first set foot inside the finished cottage, she stopped dead in the doorway. "Gods," she whispered, unable to help herself. It was not a simple cabin, not really. The walls were thick and solid, built from carefully fitted stones that still held the earthy scent of riverbanks. The high wooden beams overhead met in a sturdy peak, the roof lined with thatch Harry had layered in precise, overlapping rows. Light poured through the front windows, actual glass panes, not made out of wood, making the place glow golden in the afternoon sun. She turned slowly in the entryway, taking it all in. The wide main room had a great fireplace in the center, its hearth framed by smooth river stones. A broad wooden table stood nearby, with mismatched chairs that Harry had carved himself. Every piece was slightly uneven, the surfaces imperfect, but to Lyanna they felt more genuine than any polished furniture she had known in Winterfell's halls. Off the main room were several other chambers, 2 bedchambers, a storeroom already lined with sacks of flour, salt, smoked meat, and dried vegetables, and a smaller room that Harry explained would one day serve as a study. There was even a trapdoor leading down into a cool, dark cellar lined with stone shelves. She climbed back up, brushing dust off her skirts, and met Harry standing in the doorway, arms folded, watching her reaction. "You built all this," she said quietly, her voice almost lost in the vast, echoing space. He shrugged, though a faint flush colored his cheekbones. "You're a noble woman. I thought it wouldn't do to have you living in a glorified shed." Lyanna shook her head slowly. "This isn't a cottage, Harry. It's a hall. A proper house." "It'll do," he said, almost shyly. She turned to face him fully, searching his eyes. "And you built it with your own hands?" "Mostly," he admitted. "Magic helped." He said it like it was nothing. Like he hadn't labored day after day, hauling stones and timber, shaping every beam, laying every brick, until his hands were raw and his voice hoarse from explaining what he was doing. Lyanna felt her throat tighten. "You didn't have to do all this," she said, softer still. "I did," he answered simply. "I wanted a place you'd feel safe." Her gaze dropped to her hands, which she twisted in the fabric of her skirt. No one, not her father, not Brandon, not Rhaegar, had ever worked so tirelessly for her comfort, for her dignity. And this man, this stranger from a world she couldn't fully comprehend, had built her a home. When she looked up again, Harry was watching her carefully, as though worried he had overstepped. She swallowed hard, summoning a shaky smile. "I suppose I'll have to learn how to keep it clean, then," she said, trying to sound light. He chuckled, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. That part I can help with. Though I was hoping you'd do less work than more. You should rest. I've done quite enough resting, she said firmly. I can't just sit here watching you build everything. You're with child, Lyanna. You don't have to. I want to, she interrupted. Maybe I can't haul stones or cut timber. But I can learn to cook, and I can tend the hearth. You can't be expected to build a settlement and feed us both single-handedly. He looked at her for a long moment, then nodded. All right. We'll do it together. The next morning, Lyanna woke to the sound of hammering outside. She dressed quickly and stepped into the cold dawn, wrapping a fur cloak around her shoulders. Winter lay curled nearby, his white body blending so perfectly with the snowy slope that she nearly missed him. He cracked open one eye as she passed, then settled back to sleep. Harry was already at work, standing beside a circular stone foundation that had appeared overnight. He straightened when he saw her approach. You're up early, he said. I could say the same, she replied, eyeing the half-finished walls. You finished the house yesterday. What is this? He wiped sweat from his brow. A smokehouse. We'll need to preserve meat if we're going to stay through the next winter. Once the rivers thaw, we'll have fish to dry, too. You never stop, she murmured. He smiled faintly. Someone has to keep busy. And what would you have me do while you build another house? Whatever you like. She hesitated. I'd like to help. He tilted his head, studying her. You mean that? I do, she said. I may not know how to build anything, but I can learn to cook. I can keep the hearth. She looked away, voice lower. I can be useful. You're already useful, he said gently. But if you want to learn, I'd be glad to teach you. That day, Harry taught her to start a fire from nothing but flint and steel. She nearly took her own eyebrows off 3 times before she managed a proper spark. Don't laugh, she scolded as he covered his grin with one hand. I wouldn't dream of it, he said solemnly, though his eyes were bright with amusement. He showed her how to gut and clean a rabbit, how to slice vegetables without losing the tip of her finger, and how to boil water without scorching the bottom of the pot. Lyanna listened carefully, determined not to embarrass herself further. In the evenings, she practiced kneading dough and spicing stews while Harry worked outside. She heard the rhythmic thunk of his axe and the creak of ropes as he raised beams into place. When she peeked out the window, she saw him laboring by lamplight, sleeves rolled to his elbows, hair damp with snow and sweat. Something warm and unsettling curled in her belly. The nights were growing longer, the air sharper, but the house remained warm. And slowly, so slowly, she hardly noticed the hollow ache of her running, her shame, her fear, began to ease. One evening, as she sat beside the hearth stirring a pot, Harry came in, dusting snow from his shoulders. Smells wonderful, he said, leaning over to sniff the steam rising from her stew. Don't flatter me, she said dryly. I've only just learned not to burn everything. He chuckled and sat across from her. For a while, neither spoke. The fire cracked, casting golden light over the stone walls. She glanced up and found him watching her with that steady, quiet gaze. What? She asked. Nothing, he said softly. Just, glad you're here. And despite everything, her lost home, her uncertain future, Lyanna realized she was glad, too. Here, in this improbable house, they were building something neither of them had ever had. A place that belonged to them alone. The morning had dawned pale and cold, thin sunlight glittering across the hard-packed snow. Harry had been up before dawn, dressing in warm furs and carefully fastening the scabbard of his sword across his back. Lyanna, still sleep-heavy, watched him from the edge of her blanket as he packed his satchel with dried meat, a flask of water, and a small, battered leather book. When he turned to her, his face was serious. I'll be gone most of the day, he said. Perhaps longer. Lionel's heart gave a strange little lurch. Where are you going? He hesitated, just long enough to make her stomach twist. North, he said at last. I have things I need to find. What things? She pressed. Books, he admitted. And information. There are ruins, old places where magic once thrived. I need to understand this land if we're to survive here. You're going alone? She asked, unable to hide the note of worry in her voice. He smiled faintly and reached to brush a stray curl from her cheek. I won't be alone. Winter will be with me. Her throat tightened. When will you come back? Before nightfall if I can. He paused, studying her face. Lioness, stay here. Or if you must go out, don't stray far from the house. Why? Because until I know what's in those hills, I don't trust what might be watching. His gaze sharpened. Promise me. She nodded, though unease coiled in her belly. I promise. Satisfied, Harry turned and stepped out into the cold. A moment later, she heard the heavy rush of wings as Winter launched into the sky. When she finally gathered her courage to look out the window, she saw the dragon soaring north, Harry a small figure on his back. She didn't see them again for the rest of the day. By late afternoon, Lionel had exhausted every chore she knew how to do. She'd cleaned the kitchen twice, swept the hearth, and sorted the small piles of vegetables and dried grains Harry had brought from White Harbor. When she tried to read, she found herself glancing up every few lines to peer out the window, as though Harry might appear any moment. Her thoughts grew darker as the hours passed. What if he'd left her? What if he'd grown tired of her helplessness, her belly swelling with another man's child? What if he'd flown off to find some SSE beauty with clever eyes and no burdens? She pressed her palm against her stomach and closed her eyes, shame prickling hot in her throat. You fool! You hardly know him. You have no claim on him. But knowing it didn't stop the ache. After she forced herself to eat a little bread and broth, she decided she couldn't sit idle any longer. She wrapped her cloak tightly around her shoulders, stepped outside, and began to walk along the edge of the river that bordered the western side of the property. The cold wind bit at her cheeks, but it felt good steadying. She followed the river's curve for a while, boots crunching over crusted snow. When she finally looked up, she froze. Across the stream, less than 50 yards away, a hunting party moved among the trees. 18 men wildlings. She counted them automatically, her heart thudding in her chest. They carried long spears and crude bows, and in their midst, they hauled a massive elk tied to a sled. Several of them were laughing, voices carrying across the quiet river. She stumbled back a step, breath caught in her throat. If they saw her! But none of them looked her way. In fact, when one tall man glanced directly at her, his gaze slid across the trees behind her as though she were invisible. His eyes didn't even flicker. Lionel's pulse pounded in her ears. She glanced over her shoulder, half expecting to see some cover she'd failed to notice, a bush or a tree. But there was nothing. She stood in plain view. And yet, they saw nothing. They moved on, dragging their prize, their voices fading into the snow-laden pines. She waited until the last of them disappeared before she turned and fled back toward the cottage, her heart hammering. It was well past nightfall when she heard the low rush of wings again. She rushed to the door, pulling it open just as Winter descended like a falling star. The dragon landed without a sound, and Harry slid down from his back, his cloak heavy with frost. He looked tired. But when he saw her in the doorway, relief softened his expression. "I'm back," he said simply. She didn't answer. She only stepped aside to let him in, shutting the door behind him before her voice broke free. "You were gone all day," she said, her words sharper than she meant them to be. "You said you'd return before nightfall." "I know." He set his satchel down and rubbed his gloved hands together over the fire. "I found what I was looking for, but it took longer than I planned." "You didn't tell me where you were going," she whispered. He looked up at her, surprise flickering in his gaze. I didn't think that I'd worry, she said, her voice rising despite herself. That I'd sit here wondering if you were dead or if you'd decided you were done with me. Something in her chest cracked, and she swallowed hard, blinking back tears. I'm sorry, Harry said quietly. I never meant to make you feel abandoned. She hugged her arms around herself. I saw wildlings. 18 of them. On the river bank. They looked straight at the cottage and they didn't see it. Why? He took a slow breath. Because I put a ward around this place. An enchantment that bends perception. Anyone who doesn't know it's here will look right past it. She blinked. A ward. He nodded. Until I'm ready, until we have walls, defenses, and allies, I won't risk being found. It's not cowardice, he added firmly. It's caution. Her anger faded, replaced by something rawer relief, perhaps, or something closer to gratitude. I thought you'd left, she whispered. Harry stepped forward and reached for her hand. His fingers were cold, but she didn't pull away. I won't leave you, he said. Not unless you ask me to. Her throat tightened, and she looked away before her tears could spill. Later, after he had warmed himself and they'd shared a quiet meal, Harry set a sheaf of parchment and a quill on the table. I have a favor to ask, he said. Lyanna raised a brow. A favor? He nodded. I want you to teach me. To teach you what? To read and write. He hesitated. In Westerosi script. Her eyes widened. You can't read it. Not fluently. I can speak your tongue, but your letters, they're different. The shapes, the marks. I know some, but not enough to read a ledger or write a proper letter. Lyanna felt a smile tug at her mouth despite everything. You're a man who can conjure a house from nothing and you can't read the local alphabet. He looked sheepish. Not yet. She laughed softly, the tension easing from her shoulders. All right, Harry Potter. Sit down. We'll start with the basics. And as she guided his hand over the parchment, showing him how to form the shape of an A, or rather, an ash rune, as the Northmen called it, she realized she no longer felt like a guest in his house. She felt like a part of something. A teacher. A partner. Underscore. Chapter 19, Potter Castle in Winter. The days settled into a quiet rhythm neither of them had ever known before. Most mornings began the same way, the golden light of dawn slipping through the small glass panes of their cottage, the warmth of the hearth, and the comforting smell of fresh bread Harry had baked the night before. When Lyanna stirred, she often found Harry already at the heavy wooden table, brow furrowed in concentration as he traced letters onto parchment with painstaking care. Ash, she said, leaning over his shoulder one morning. Not ans like this. She took his hand gently and guided it, reshaping the crooked rune. He sighed. You'd think learning another alphabet would be easier after everything else I've learned. You'd think, she teased, brushing her hair behind her ear. But you have the handwriting of a drunk chicken. His mouth twitched. You wound me. Lyanna hid her smile and settled in the chair beside him. From the beginning again. When the weather was clear and the sun hung high over the snow-laden trees, they took breaks from lessons. Harry would head out to build. The single cottage had become just the beginning. First, there had been the smokehouse, a squat round building lined inside with hooks for drying fish and curing meat. Then came a shed for storing tools, a small granary for the sacks of grain Harry had traded in White Harbor, and finally, something Lyanna could only describe as a miniature fortress. It had a thick wooden outer wall, high enough to deter any prowling beasts, and 4 sturdy corner posts reinforced with stone. There was no gate yet, just a simple rope to lift and lower a plank across the entrance. When she asked Harry why he was making it so strong, he simply said, because someday, others may come, and they'll need protection. And when she pressed her palm to the wall, she thought, it already feels like a place meant to last. One afternoon, as she stood in the little stockyard they'd fenced in behind the smokehouse, she found herself laughing aloud. 3 sheep had escaped through the gap Harry had forgotten to mend, and now they were trotting merrily around the clearing, their little hooves kicking up puffs of snow. "Harry," she called, nearly breathless. "They're out again." From behind the new granary, Harry poked his head around the corner. His hair was windblown, and he had a smear of clay on his cheek. "Damn it," he muttered, setting aside his hammer. "I thought I fixed that gap." He jogged over, grabbing a small lamb as it tried to slip past him. It bleated in protest. Lyanna caught another one and cradled it in her arms, her cheeks flushed from cold and laughter. "This is your fault," she said accusingly. "My fault? You said you knew how to build a fence." "I built a fence," he said, deadpan. "I didn't say it was a good fence." She snorted and pressed her face into the lamb's wool to hide her grin. After they corralled the flock back inside, Lyanna sat down on the small milking stool and sighed. One of the ewes ambled over and nudged her shoulder. She scratched its ears absently, feeling a little glow of contentment. "I never thought I'd end up here," she murmured. Harry glanced over, wiping his hands on a rag. "Do you regret it?" She looked up at him at the wind-chapped cheeks, the honest curiosity in his eyes. "No," she said honestly. "I don't." The evenings belonged to their books. Harry had amassed a small library in White Harbor, and now the shelves in the main room were lined with leather spines, treatises on Westerosi history, tattered volumes of Valyrian poetry, ledgers from merchant captains, even an herbal compendium. And in those quiet hours, Lyanna would sit beside him, one hand resting protectively over her growing belly, and help him sound out the looping letters of Valyrian. "Vezofjin Azantes," she recited one night, tapping the line with her finger. Harry frowned. "Vezof, Jin, Azantes. What does that mean? He is an honorable knight." He snorted. "Doubt anyone would call me that." "You saved me from wildlings," she reminded him. "That counts for something." He glanced at her, something unspoken in his expression. "You saved yourself, Lyanna. I only helped." Harry's fishing expeditions became another part of their routine. One morning, when she followed him down to the river, she watched in astonishment as he cast a simple handline into the water, then waited patiently until he felt the tug. "You've done this before," she said skeptically. "Never," he admitted cheerfully. "But I figured the fish here have never met a proper fisherman either. So it balances out." She threw her head back and laughed, startling a pair of crows from the trees. But by midday, he had filled 2 baskets with fat silver fish. That night, she cleaned them while he salted and packed the rest for smoking. When she finally tasted the fresh roasted fillet with a sprinkle of salt and lemon, she thought no banquet in any lord's hall could compare. Soon the little settlement had taken on a rhythm as natural as breathing. There was always something to do, fish to clean, firewood to stack, walls to mend. And for the first time in her life, Lyanna found herself proud of her small accomplishments, learning how to milk a ewe without spilling half of it on her skirts, or baking a loaf of bread that didn't end up as hard as a stone. In the quiet of evening, she sometimes sat on the threshold of the main hall. Harry insisted on calling it Potter Castle and looked out at the snowy wilderness. Winter would be curled at the edge of the clearing, his massive body blending with the drifts. And beside her, Harry would be scribbling letters, lips moving as he practiced Westerosi script under her watchful eye. "Ash," she corrected gently. He grimaced. "Again." "Again," she insisted. He sighed, but there was a smile hidden in it. Here, in this impossible place far from her family, her old life, and all the expectations that had bound her, Lyanna was learning what it meant to start over. And she was no longer afraid of it. Snow fell in whispering drifts outside Potter Castle, the flakes gathering on the eaves and window ledges until the world beyond looked as though it had been wrapped in soft white cloth. The wind keened over the Antler River, but inside, the fire roared warm and bright. Lyanna sat cross-legged on the floor near the hearth, absently darning a tear in one of Harry's woolen cloaks. She wasn't very skilled at mending more often than not, her stitches looked like a drunken spider's web, but it felt good to have something to do with her hands. Harry was across the room at the long table, poring over an old leather-bound book with yellowed pages so thin they looked ready to crumble. His brows were drawn in concentration, a lock of dark hair falling over his forehead. From time to time, his lips moved as he silently sounded out a word. She watched him for a while, feeling the warmth of the fire seep into her bones. Watching him had become a quiet habit, one she tried not to think too hard about. After a long silence, she set the mending aside. "Harry," she said softly. He looked up, blinking as though waking from a trance. "Yes." "Will you tell me," she asked. "About you?" He frowned faintly. "I told you I'm from the east. Across the narrow sea." "You're lying." His eyes met hers, startled. "You're kind," she went on, voice quiet but certain. "But you're not a very good liar." He sighed and rubbed his thumb along the book's spine. "Lyanna, I've told you everything," she said, her voice tightening. "About Rhaegar. About my brothers. About what I've done and what I've lost. You know all my secrets, and I don't even know who you are." The words hung between them, raw and honest. For a long moment, Harry didn't move. Then he closed the book and set it aside. He drew in a slow breath, like a man gathering courage. "All right," he said at last. "I'll tell you." Lyanna swallowed and waited, heart beating fast. Harry shifted in his chair, folding his hands on the table. He looked at the fire, not at her. "I'm not from Essos," he began. "I'm not from any land you've heard of. I come from somewhere else entirely. A different world." She stared at him, waiting for the jest, the grin that would say he was teasing. But none came. "A world," she echoed. He nodded once. "Where I come from, magic and technology exist together. We have great cities, towers of glass and steel. And magic schools, where children are taught to use their gifts. Where a woman can become a warrior, or a leader, or anything she wants." Lyanna pressed a hand to her mouth. Her chest felt tight, like her ribs were squeezing her heart. "And, you left it," she whispered. He looked up finally, his green eyes solemn in the firelight. "I didn't have a choice. I lost everything, my family, my godfather, my home. I was trying to hunt something important. And I ended up here." For a moment, neither of them spoke. The fire crackled between them, throwing shifting shadows on the stone walls. "It sounds like a dream," she said hoarsely. "It wasn't always," he murmured. "There was darkness there, too." She drew in a shaky breath. "And your godfather? You said that word before. What does it mean?" Harry's mouth twitched. "A godfather is someone chosen to watch over you. To protect you if your parents can't." "Oh." She paused. "And you had one?" "Yes." His gaze turned distant. "His name was Sirius Black. He was everything to me after my parents were killed." Lyanna felt her heart ache at the quiet grief in his voice. "He was the one who taught me what family really meant," Harry continued softly. He disappeared in my world. I thought he died. But when I came here, I found proof that he'd been here before me." Her brows drew together. "Proof?" Harry hesitated, then reached for his pack. From it, he pulled a folded scrap of parchment, yellowed and stained with age. He opened it carefully and set it on the table. She leaned closer. Etched in a neat hand across the top were the words, "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." Below it were 3 names, Prongs, Padfoot, and Mooney. My godfather was Padfoot, Harry said quietly. And in your histories, you call him Brandon the Builder. Lyanna stared at him, her mouth falling open. No. That's not possible. Brandon Stark built Winterfell 8,000 years ago. He looked up at her, and she knew in that instant he was telling the truth. There was no jest in his eyes. Only quiet certainty. I don't expect you to believe me, he said. But it's why I decided to protect you. The family he left behind. She pressed her hand to her belly, feeling the child stir faintly within her. I do believe you, she whispered. His gaze softened. Why? Because you've never lied to me, she said simply. And because, none of this, she gestured around at the warm house, the stacked books, the flickering fire, none of this feels like a lie. He looked down, his fingers brushing the edge of the parchment. I want you to understand, Lyanna. If you stay with me, you'll be part of something bigger than either of us. I don't know what this land will ask of me yet. Or what I'll have to do. She rose and walked to him, her hand trembling as she rested it over his. I was never meant to be ordinary, she said softly. Neither were you. He looked up, and their eyes met, 2 strangers from different worlds, and yet no longer strangers at all. A long moment passed. Then she drew in a steadying breath and forced a wobbly smile. Well, she murmured, since you're learning our letters, I suppose I should also learn to read your letters properly. His mouth quirked. You don't have to, because I have only few books and they are magical books and they won't be any useful to you. Of course, she said, her voice catching on a laugh. Harry reached up and brushed a strand of hair from her cheek. Thank you, he said quietly. For what? For believing me. And though the snow still fell and the wind still howled beyond their walls, Lyanna felt something settle in her heart, something that felt, for the first time in a long while, like hope. _____. Chapter 20, The Dragon's Lair. Snow fell in a steady hush across the clearing, blanketing the rooftops of Potter Castle in clean white drifts. From the high wooden palisade Harry had built, the wilderness stretched in all directions, endless trees, distant mountains, and the glimmer of the frozen Antler River. Inside the main hall, Harry crouched beside the hearth, unrolling a large piece of parchment covered in lines and sketched runes. Lyanna watched him from the table, where she was carefully copying Valyrian words onto a scrap of hide. You've been studying that for 2 days, she said, lifting her gaze. What are you planning now? He tapped the parchment with his charcoal stick. A home for Winter. She blinked. Winter already has a home. He sleeps by the woods. He deserves better than that, Harry said firmly. He's too exposed. Sooner or later, someone will see him. And he deserves a place as safe as ours. Lyanna folded her arms. You mean to build him a house? Not a house. A proper lair. She couldn't help it, she laughed. A lair. You sound like some villain from a bard's tale. He glanced up, the corner of his mouth quirking. If it keeps him safe, I don't mind sounding like a villain. For the next several days, Harry scouted the land around Potter Castle, sometimes taking Winter aloft to look for any natural caves that might suit. But every crag he found was either too shallow, too exposed, or too narrow to hold a creature the size of a small ship. At last, he came back one afternoon with snow on his shoulders and determination burning in his eyes. I'll make one, he announced. Lyanna straightened from the drying rack where she was hanging fresh fish. Make a cave. Yes. He began pulling on his thick traveling cloak. I'll hollow the earth myself. If there isn't a place fit for him, I'll create one. She watched him strap on his sword, though she doubted he'd need it to battle bedrock, and felt something warm flicker in her chest. You never do anything by halves, she said quietly. He paused, turning back to look at her. Neither do you. The site he chose lay half a mile from the castle, a low rise of granite that jutted up from the snow like the spine of some ancient beast. Winter liked it immediately. He circled overhead in slow, curious loops, his pale wings blending almost perfectly with the sky. "Go on," Harry called up. "Have a look." Winter gave a soft, rumbling trill before settling atop the rise, tail coiling down the slope. Harry planted his feet at the base of the granite outcrop and closed his eyes. He could feel the weight of the rock pressing down into the frozen soil, the solidity of it. He drew in a slow breath, raising both hands. Excavo. The air rippled around him. Snow fountained upward in slow motion, like water disturbed by a stone. Lina, standing safely back, shielded her face with her cloak as the wind stirred her hair. Stone cracked and shivered. A deep, hollow groan filled the air as the front face of the rise sank inward. Harry opened his eyes. A black opening yawned before him, tall enough for Winter to enter, wide enough for him to spread his wings. Lina's jaw dropped. That's enormous. It has to be." Harry stepped inside, his voice echoing. "But this is only the start." For 3 days, he worked. He hauled boulders by magic, stacking them along the walls to strengthen the cave's frame. He smoothed the floors, carving a gentle slope down to a wide resting chamber. Inside, he conjured layers of insulation, thick mats of woven reeds covered with enchanted furs that radiated gentle heat. High in the vaulted ceiling, he left narrow vents for fresh air. Lina came each morning to watch. At first, she stood uncertainly near the entrance, but by the second day she perched on a nearby boulder with a basket of smoked fish, passing him bites as he worked. "I can't imagine any creature having a finer den," she told him as he edged a final rune above the entry arch. "It's more than a den," he said, stepping back to survey his work. "It's a fortress." Winter tested it himself by squeezing through the archway, his wings folding close to his sides. Inside, he turned in a slow circle before lowering himself with a contented sigh, his tail curling around his body. Lina watched with a smile. "I think he approves." Harry reached up to rest a hand against Winter's massive shoulder. "He deserves it." Later that evening, when the sun had dipped low behind the pines, Harry set the final protections in place. He pressed his palm to the outer wall of the cave and whispered, "Occulto." The rock shimmered like a pond disturbed by wind. A heartbeat later, the entrance vanished. Where there had been a dark opening, there was now only unbroken stone. Lina gasped. "You've hidden it." "I've hidden it from everyone who doesn't know it's there," Harry explained. "Anyone else will see only a cliff face. And us." He smiled faintly. "We'll always be able to find him." He walked the perimeter, checking the other wards' heat spells woven into the stone, illusions to hide tracks in the snow, charms to dampen Winter's scent. When he was finished, he stood back and nodded in quiet satisfaction. Lina slipped her hand into his. "He's safe now," she said softly. He squeezed her fingers. "So are we." That night, as the fire crackled in the main hall of Potter Castle, Lina watched Harry set aside his tools with a weariness she understood. "You built a house," she murmured, "a granary, a wall, and a dragon's lair. Is there anything you can't build?" He glanced up, green eyes bright despite his exhaustion. "I'm still trying to build something else," he said. "What's that?" He hesitated, then reached for her hand again. "A future." Her throat closed, and she swallowed hard. "Then I suppose," she whispered, "you'd better keep building." And in the deep quiet of the northern wilds, a man from another world and the daughter of Winterfell sat together, their shadows dancing on the walls of a place they had built with their own hands. The days grew colder, the wind more cruel. Even for Lina, who had spent all her life in the north, this winter felt deeper, heavier, as though the land itself were trying to swallow the sky. By then, Potter Castle stood proudly by the frozen Antler River, no longer hidden by Harry's magic. The first time the wards had faded, Lyanna had stepped out onto the front steps and drawn in a sharp breath. It was strange after all the months of secrecy to see their home so plainly visible. The walls of stone and wood, the wide yard where the sheep drifted like woolly clouds, the rising smoke from the chimney. But even stranger was the feeling in her heart, a hopeful ache she didn't know she'd been carrying. Maybe, she thought, someone will come. Lyanna began spending her afternoons in the watchtower Harry had built on the southern corner of the wall. From there she could see the broad white sweep of the river, and beyond it the dark line of forest. Some days she thought she could almost glimpse the faraway shape of Winter resting atop his hidden cave, his massive form blending so perfectly with the snow that she had to look twice to be sure. And then finally one morning she saw them. A hunting party. 18 wildlings trudging across the river in single file, their spears held high. A handful pulled a sled loaded with what looked like a freshly killed elk. They were bundled so heavily in furs that she could barely see their faces, but when they looked up and spotted the castle, she knew the moment recognition struck them. They slowed. They pointed. Lyanna's heart leapt. She rushed to the battlement and lifted her hand in a bright wave. "Hello," she called. Her voice rang out across the frozen river. "Hello there." For a long moment, none of them moved. She saw them look at one another, saw their expressions darken. They think it's a sorcerer's keep, she realized. Or worse. Slowly, they began to move again, circling wide around the Antler River. Some of them glanced back over their shoulders, wary, but none came closer. Lyanna lowered her arm, feeling her chest tighten. "They're afraid," she murmured. "Afraid of us." That night, as she sat by the fire, Harry listened as she told him what she had seen. "I don't blame them," he said gently. "They've spent their lives mistrusting anything that looks like power." "I miss people," Lyanna confessed, her voice so small he almost didn't hear it. "I miss hearing voices other than our own." Harry set aside the book he was reading and looked at her across the hearth. "I know," he said. "That's why I took down the wards." She blinked at him. "Truly?" He nodded. "I think it's time they see that we're not here to conquer them." Her heart gave a quiet thump of gratitude. It began at dusk with a low, sighing wind. By midnight it had grown to a screaming gale that rattled the shutters and piled snow high against the walls. Inside Potter Castle, the fire roared as Harry checked each room, ensuring the wards held against the cold. Lyanna sat near the hearth, wrapped in a thick cloak, her hands folded over her belly. Suddenly Harry stopped mid-stride, his head snapping up. "What is it?" she asked, startled by the sudden intensity in his eyes. He didn't answer right away. He closed his eyes instead, fingertips brushing the carved runes in the doorframe. For a moment he stood utterly still, as though listening to something only he could hear. Then he opened his eyes and met her gaze. "There's someone at the outer gate," he said quietly. "The gate?" She blinked. "You mean?" "The main palisade," he confirmed. "They're pounding on it." She swallowed, her heart suddenly racing. "How do you know?" "The wards," he said, voice low. "When they touch the wall, I feel it." He turned toward the door, already shrugging on his heavy cloak. "Harry," she stood quickly, clutching his arm. "Be careful." His eyes softened. "I will." The snow was so thick it felt like walking through a wall of white. Harry crossed the yard to the massive outer gate, a great reinforced door made of black pine logs bound with iron bands. He rested his palm on the cold wood. The wards hummed faintly beneath his skin, a low, thrumming signal that people waited on the other side. With a quiet word, he dispelled just enough of the concealment to let his voice carry through. "Who comes?" he called. The wind nearly swallowed the answer. But then he heard it thin and desperate. "We beg shelter." "The storm." He turned back toward the castle, saw Lyanna's pale face watching from the nearest window. She nodded once, solemn and sure. He looked back at the gate. "Wait," he called. I'm opening it. When the great wooden gate swung open on its groaning hinges, a blast of snow poured into the courtyard. 6 figures stood there, first men and women swathed in ragged furs. Behind them, more huddled in the swirling dark, at least a dozen in all, some clutching crude spears, others carrying bundles over their shoulders. 2 small boys clung to a woman's skirts. Harry stepped forward, his cloak whipping around him. "You're welcome here," he said. "But first bread and salt." They stared at him, suspicion mingling with exhaustion. He raised his hands slowly. "You know the right. Bread and salt for guest right. No harm to you, no harm to us." Lyanna came up beside him, carrying a wooden trencher piled with dark bread and a small dish of salt. She offered it to the nearest man, a hard-eyed hunter with frost caked in his beard. He hesitated only a heartbeat. Then, slowly, he tore off a piece of the bread and dipped it in the salt. One by one, the others did the same. The rite was old as the north itself. With it, the tension broke like ice underfoot. Harry stepped aside, gesturing them inside the palisade. "Come," he said. "There's heat and shelter." They passed through the courtyard in wary single file, snow falling from their furs in sodden clumps. The last of them, a boy no older than 10, stumbled as he crossed the threshold. Lyanna caught his arm and guided him gently past the door. Once inside the main hall, they stood in a silent cluster, looking around in disbelief. The high beams, the crackling hearth, the woven rugs, it was more than any of them had ever known. "You built this," the bearded man rasped, turning to Harry. "With my hands," Harry said simply. "And magic," Lyanna added, her voice soft but proud. The man swallowed, glancing at his shivering companions. "We, thank you. You can lay your things by the fire," Harry told them. "Rest. No one will turn you out tonight." They did, moving with slow, exhausted purpose. Lyanna went among them with bowls of steaming broth, and Harry laid extra cloaks over the children's shoulders. Hours later, as the storm still howled beyond the thick walls of Potter Castle, Lyanna watched them drift into uneasy sleep, bellies full, faces thawing. She met Harry's gaze across the hall. "I am very happy that I met you," she whispered. He shook his head. "So am I." And for the first time in many months, she felt that maybe, just maybe, they had begun to make a home that was more than snow and stone. It was a refuge. A promise. ______. Chapter 21, Chapter 21, First Guests. The storm blew itself out in the early hours before dawn, leaving Potter Castle cocooned in silence. Snow lay in deep drifts along the outer wall and piled high against the windows. Inside, the great hall glowed golden from the banked embers. The wildlings had slept deeply, sprawled across rugs and benches with the peaceful exhaustion of people who had not known safety in many seasons. Harry had woken once in the night to check the fire. He moved quietly among them, pulling a blanket over the youngest, a boy no more than 6, and tucking a fur cloak over a woman who'd fallen asleep sitting up. When he finally slipped into his own room, the air felt warm and still. He lay in bed thinking of Lyanna asleep in the next chamber, of winter curled somewhere above them in his hidden cave, and of what it meant to build something lasting in a world that devoured everything. For the first time in a long while, he felt at peace. Morning came soft and grey. The fire had been coaxed back to life by the time Harry stirred and pulled on a wool tunic. He heard the rustle of movement and quiet voices in the hall. When he stepped out of his room, several of the wildlings were already awake. The bearded man who seemed to lead them was squatting near the hearth, rubbing his hands together over the flames. 2 women were cutting up the last piece of meat to share among the children. One by one, the others began to sit up, blinking as they remembered where they were. Harry offered them a calm nod. "Good morning." They watched him warily, as though expecting he'd demand something now that the storm had passed. A woman with a long scar across her cheek spoke first. "You have our thanks," she said gruffly. "If not for this place." She trailed off, gesturing helplessly toward the white wilderness beyond the window. "You're welcome," Harry said simply. "No debt owed." Lyanna emerged from her room a few moments later, her hair in a loose braid over her shoulder. She smiled at the sight of the children gathered near the hearth. "Did everyone sleep well?" she asked gently. One of the boys nodded shyly. The bearded man he hadn't yet offered his name rose to his feet, towering over Harry by a hand's breadth. "I am Baron of the Flintfoot," he said. His voice was a gravelly rumble. "These are my kin." "Harry Potter," Harry replied, meeting his gaze steadily. "And this is Lyanna." Baron's brows lifted faintly at the name, but he only inclined his head. "It's been long since any south of the wall showed kindness." Lyanna folded her hands over her belly. "You're running from someone," she guessed. Baron's jaw tightened. A cannibal tribe called the Shattered Teeth." She glanced at Harry. "I've heard tales men who eat the flesh of their own kind. They came down on us when the first snows fell," Baron went on, voice low. "We lost our tents. Most of our stores. Those who stayed to fight." He swallowed. "Not many lived to run." Harry's mind began turning, swift and precise. "So you need a place to rebuild," he said. Baron eyed him warily. Lyanna stepped closer. "There's room on this land," she said softly. "And Harry, he built this place himself. He can help you." Several wildlings shifted uneasily, glancing at one another. "Why would you help us?" demanded the scarred woman. "What do you gain?" Harry met her gaze without flinching. "I don't need anything from you. But if you stay here, you can work, trade, and live without fear of the crows or other tribes hunting you down. And without needing to steal to survive." He hesitated, then added carefully, "In time, you can build something better for your children." Baron looked around the hall at the thick walls, the steady fire, the simple comforts his people hadn't known in their life. "What would you have of us?" he asked finally. "Nothing you wouldn't give freely," Harry said. "Help me with the land. Hunt. Share your knowledge. I'll teach you other skills, ways to make life easier. And I swear by earth and sky, no one here will ever be forced to bend the knee." Lyanna rested her hand on Harry's arm, her touch warm. "We built this place with the goal of people living peacefully," she murmured. He nodded. "A community." Baron drew a long breath. His shoulders slumped a little, the weariness in him visible now that he knew there would be no demands of tribute or oaths. "We will stay," he said gruffly. "For now. When the weather eases, we'll help you hunt and see how this arrangement suits." "That's all I ask," Harry said. While Lyanna gathered a meal thick broth with smoked fish and onions, Harry showed Baron and two others around the small settlement. "This is the smokehouse," he said, gesturing to the stout round building of stone. "You can preserve meat here if you have more than you can eat." He led them past the sheep pens. The sight of the animals drew startled sounds from the wildlings. "You have livestock," Baron said, wonder threading through his voice. "Animals thrive here," Harry said. "If you help tend them, there'll be milk, wool, and meat enough for everyone." At last, he guided them to the watchtower. From the top platform, they could see the frozen Antler River winding past the pines, the white plain stretching beyond to the foothills. Baron was silent for a long time as he looked out over the land. "You could hold this place against 1,000 men," he said quietly. Harry turned his face into the wind. "Perhaps. But I'd rather not have to." When they returned to the hall, Lyanna had laid out bread and salt on the table, the old rite renewed. The Flintfoot clan looked from her face to Harry's and slowly approached the offering. One by one, they broke bread, dipped it in salt, and ate in solemn silence. Lyanna smiled at them. "You're our guests," she said. "But if you wish it, you may be our neighbors." Harry felt something shift in the room, then a softening of suspicion, the first fragile roots of trust. As the wind sighed along the eaves, he thought of the first time he'd stumbled into this frozen land with nothing but desperation and a stolen dragon. Maybe, he thought, this really is the start of something. And though the world beyond Potter Castle was still harsh and uncertain, within those walls, a new kind of home was taking shape. In the weeks that followed the storm, the Flintfoot wildlings settled uneasily into life around Potter Castle. They were cautious at first, eyes wary, hands never straying far from the hafts of their knives. But time and steady kindness were powerful things. Each dawn, as the sky turned from indigo to pale grey, Harry met them by the hall's main hearth and laid out the day's work in calm, clear words. One cold morning, he called them all to gather near the watchtower. Lyanna stood beside him, wrapped in her heavy cloak, her face bright with quiet purpose. Harry pointed to the frozen stretch of the Antler River, where the ice lay thick as a castle wall. "Today," he said, "we fish." Some of the wildlings muttered in surprise. A tall woman named Ragni, her hair braided in loops around her ears, scowled skeptically. "The river's sealed," she said. "You think to charm fish from beneath the ice?" Harry smiled faintly. "No charms today. Just tools and skill." He bent and pulled back a canvas cloth. Beneath it lay several stout fishing rods he had made himself, and a heavy iron saw. Burin stepped forward and lifted the saw with a grunt. "Sharp," he admitted grudgingly. Harry gestured to a likely spot near the riverbank, where the ice had frozen smooth and clear. "I'll show you how." They watched as he worked, kneeling to mark a wide circle on the ice, then guiding the saw back and forth until a round slab cracked free. When he levered it aside, dark water gleamed below, steam rising into the cold air. "You drop your line," he said simply, "and wait." Some of the wildlings looked at each other in doubt. "You don't need to believe me," Harry said lightly. "You only need to try." By midday, 6 of them sat along the river, their lines trailing into the black water. Burin was the first to haul up a thrashing trout nearly as long as his arm. He lifted it in triumph, grinning like a boy. Ragna caught the second fish not long after. Lyanna stood with Harry near the shore, hugging her cloak around her. "They look happier," she observed. "They're working for themselves," Harry said. "Not just surviving." She turned to him, her eyes thoughtful. "Do you ever regret it?" "Regret what?" "Building this place." "Staying." He considered the question seriously. Then he shook his head. "No. Not once." Later that afternoon, Harry led a smaller group to a low ridge half a mile east of the castle. He'd scouted it himself and found a broad seam of grey stone running along the slope. "This," he told them, "will become your cottages." 3 men stared at the ridge with resigned determination. "You won't use your sorcery to shape the stones?" one of them asked, not quite meeting his eye. Harry rested a hand on the cold rock. "I could," he admitted. "But I won't." "Why?" "Because you need to know you did it yourselves," he said. "That this place isn't mine alone, it's yours, too." They exchanged a look. Then, without another word, they hefted their hammers and began to work. The ringing of stone striking stone echoed through the trees. Each evening, when the work was done, the Flintfoot clan returned to Potter Castle. Harry always met them at the door, guiding the children to the kitchen where Lyanna would be ready with warm broth and thick slices of bread. He kept to his promise. He showed only a little magic, never enough to dazzle or frighten. If a blade dulled too quickly, he discreetly sharpened it. If a blister bled, he quietly healed it with a touch. But the rest, hunting, quarrying, fishing, he left to their own hands. When Lyanna asked why, he looked at her with a steady calm. "Because I'm not here to rule them," he said. "I'm here to teach them to rule themselves." That first week, Harry assigned the men to work the quarry by day, while some of the women, those who preferred it, gathered brush and firewood or helped mend tools. He noticed the way they watched him when he moved through the hall or knelt to speak gently to the children. They did not know what to make of him, a man who could conjure fire and stone yet spent his evenings mending fishing nets or building wooden cots. Lyanna helped bridge the gap. She sat with the wildling women in the evenings, listening to their stories of the far north, the glaciers and hidden valleys, the white bears and the endless stars. And she shared her own tales, of Winterfell's great hall, of her brother's sword lessons, of her own longing to see something more than grey stone walls. When the children were too restless to sit quietly, Harry set them to simple chores, feeding the sheep, carrying kindling, helping Lyanna knead dough for the next day's bread. By the second week, the children no longer looked at him with fear but with shy curiosity. One night, after the evening meal, Beren lingered by the fire while the others drifted to their borrowed beds. "You mean to stay here always?" he asked finally. Harry poured him a cup of hot water steeped with dried mint. "Yes," he said. "As long as this land will have me." Beren sipped in silence. "You're not like the Southerners," he said gruffly. Harry studied the man's weathered face. "I hope not." Beren nodded, as if that was the only answer he'd expected. Over time, a quiet rhythm settled over Potter Castle. At dawn, the men took up their tools and went to the quarry. The women and older children helped with fishing or tending the sheep. The younger children remained in the hall with Lyanna, who taught them letters with the same patience she'd used for Harry himself. At night, they all returned to warmth and food 3 meals a day, every day. More than once, Lyanna saw the wonder on their faces as they realized the truth. For the first time in their lives, they were safe. No hunger clawed at their bellies. No rival clan waited in the dark to burn their tents. And she thought, as she watched Harry quietly mend a torn blanket or coax a frightened boy to eat, that perhaps this was what hope looked like, quiet and unassuming, growing like a fire from embers. _____. Chapter 22, Chapter 22, A Haven Beyond the Wall. Snow fell in a hush that muffled every footstep, every voice. By midwinter, the land around Potter Castle had transformed into something Harry hadn't fully intended but could no longer ignore, a haven. 4 cabins now stood in a neat arc just beyond the castle's stone wall. Each was built of thick grey stone quarried by the Flintfoot men, their corners mortared carefully under Harry's supervision. But unlike any wildling hut or crude tent, these cabins had details drawn from another world: arched lintels over the doors, smooth floors sealed against the cold, stout fireplaces with polished hearthstones. And each had a marvel the new settlers never tired of remarking upon: a small attached chamber with a tiled floor and a clever pipe that drained waste away from the living space. "Like something the Andals might build," Beren said one morning as he showed 3 new arrivals around. "But better." Ragnar snorted. "You just like the privy." "I do," Beren said firmly. "I'm too old to squat in a drift." Lyanna stood with Harry as they watched the first of the new families carry their belongings into a freshly finished cabin. She folded her arms over her belly, her expression soft. "They look so relieved," she murmured. "They are," Harry said. "They keep calling you the Great Sorcerer." His mouth pulled into a wry half smile. "That wasn't part of the plan." "But you are," she teased. "Aren't you?" He sighed. "That depends on who's asking." In truth, he was no king, no lord. But every few days, another ragged band of wildlings appeared, some sent by word of mouth, others drawn by rumor. One late afternoon, as the sun died behind the ridge, a hunting party trudged up to the main gate carrying a skinny reindeer carcass. At their head was a wiry man with black hair streaked in grey. He stopped when he saw Harry waiting by the palisade. "You the one they call Gryffindor?" the man asked. "That's right," Harry said calmly. "They say you're a sorcerer. That you built this place in a week, with just your hands and your magic." Harry lifted his eyebrows. "Most of it was stonework and sweat. The magic only helps." The man grunted, glancing back at the others. "We heard there was room here. Safe walls. Food." "There is," Harry said. "But you should know, if you stay, you'll be asked to help build and tend this place. No raiding. No thieving. We look after each other here." The man rubbed a hand over his bearded chin, thinking. Then he nodded once. "Better than starving in the snow." "Then you're welcome." Over the next days, more came. A pair of sisters with 4 children between them. 2 old men who'd survived a failed trek to the Skirling Pass. A woman with hair white as frost who carried a bundle of dried herbs and asked shyly if she could help tend the sick. Harry tried not to think of himself as their leader, but the truth was harder to deny each time someone knocked at the gate. One evening, Lyanna found him on the watchtower, arms folded over the parapet as he watched the distant flickering lights of cooking fires. "You look troubled," she said, coming to stand beside him. He didn't answer right away. The cold wind tugged her hair loose around her face. "I wanted to help," he said finally. "But I didn't think it would become this." "A home?" she asked softly. "A village," he corrected. "With all the hopes and fears that come with it." She laid her hand over his. "It needed someone to start it." He turned his head to look at her. "I'm no lord." "No," she agreed. "But maybe that's why it works." Inside the hall, the newcomers were gathered near the hearth, bowls of hot stew in their hands. The children were already drowsy, their faces sticky with broth. Beren came up to Harry with a measuring look. "They asked," Beren began, "whether they should offer you tribute." Harry blinked. "Tribute? For letting them stay?" "No." His voice was firm. "No tribute. They'll help build, hunt, and fish. That's enough." Beren grinned, showing the gap in his front teeth. "Told them you'd say so." He clapped Harry on the shoulder and went back to the fire. Over the following weeks, the rhythm of Potter Castle became the rhythm of the settlement. At dawn, men and women took up tools and walked to the quarry. Others checked the traps near the river or fished through holes cut in the ice. Lyanna began organizing the women to tend the sheep, mend clothes, and teach the children their letters in the evenings. And every few days, Harry met with the heads of each little family by the hearth to ask what they needed and how things were faring. One evening, Ragni and Beren waited by the long table, where Harry was sketching a plan for another cabin. "You should name it," Beren said abruptly. Harry looked up. "Name what?" "This place." Ragnar nodded. "The castle has a name. But the village doesn't." He sat back in his chair, frowning thoughtfully. "What would you call it?" he asked them. Beren scratched his beard. "Something that means hope." Ragnar lifted her chin. "Or something that means free." Harry was quiet a long moment. His gaze drifted to the window, where snow fell in drifting curtains. Then he smiled faintly. "We'll call it Narnia," he said. Lyanna, who had been listening in the doorway, smiled back. By the end of that month, the word had spread up and down the frozen rivers. A sorcerer had raised a stronghold in the land beyond the wall. And there, if you were willing to work, you could find warmth, bread, and peace. For the first time in many lifetimes, something new was being built beyond the wall. It happened so gradually that even Harry barely noticed it at first. The cabins multiplied, 4 became 6, then 8, each built of quarried stone with fireplaces and tiled floors. The land that had once been an empty sweep of snow and pine began to show paths trampled flat by dozens of feet, the outlines of kitchen gardens marked by split rail fences, and the glint of drying fish hung on long wooden racks. Every dawn, the smoke of many hearths rose in thin grey ribbons into the pale sky. One evening, as Harry stood on the watchtower with Lyanna, he realized it at last. "What is it?" she asked, seeing the faraway look on his face. He turned to her slowly. "It's a village," he said. His voice was low and a little astonished. "A real one?" Lyanna's smile was gentle. "It's more than that. It's a home." But with so many souls gathered in one place, Harry knew the danger had only grown. One ambitious chieftain, one ruthless warband, one lord south of the wall looking to earn renown. Any of them might one day turn their eyes here. And so, reluctantly but resolutely, Harry began the work of warding the land. On a morning when the sun was a cold white coin in the sky, he walked the perimeter with his staff in hand. Beren and Ragnar watched from a distance, their breath steaming in the air. Lyanna had asked him once why he did not teach the Narnians she used that word now, as did they about the full extent of his magic. He had thought a long time before answering. Because if they think I am all-powerful, he said, they will never learn to stand for themselves. And if they fear me, they'll never trust me. But this magic he would not hide. He set the wards carefully, line by line, stone by stone. A net of enchantments woven into the bones of the land itself, wards to cloak the settlement from those who bore hatred or hunger for conquest. Any with such intent would find their steps turning away, their minds fogged and aimless. And to any who came with honest need, the path would remain clear. When he returned to the hall that night, Lyanna was waiting by the fire. "Will it hold?" she asked softly. He looked into the flames. "It will hold," he said. Each day he studied. The black family grimoires lay open across the long trestle table, their cracked bindings and iron clasps gleaming dully in the firelight. Lyanna sometimes watched as he turned the brittle pages, lips moving soundlessly over incantations and runes that no other soul in this world had ever read. Some were dark, even by the standards of his old life. Rituals that bound a person's life to a single purpose, that reshaped flesh and bone, that bent the natural order like soft clay. But he was not tempted by their promises of dominion. He looked only for what could help spells to ward, to heal, to strengthen. Late one night, Lyanna came upon him in the little library he had claimed for study. The candles had burned low, their light catching the worn hollows beneath his eyes. "You should sleep," she murmured. He looked up from the grimoire, exhaustion and something brighter mingled in his gaze. "I can't," he said quietly. "Not yet. If I am to protect them, all of them, I have to be more than I was." A week later, in a clearing behind Potter Castle, he drew a circle in the snow and stepped into it alone. He had found what he needed, a rite that would lend his body speed, strength and resilience beyond any ordinary man's. It required sacrifice. He slit his palm and let the blood spatter into the runes. A sudden wind rose around him, scattering the snow in whirling gusts. He whispered the words. When it was done, he fell to his knees, gasping, his heart hammering like a war drum. His veins felt alight with fire. But when he rose at last, he felt stronger, more capable. It would have to be enough. Winter watched all of this from afar. The white dragon had taken to spending his days in the hidden cave Harry had built. He had stopped hunting mammoths. Harry suspected the creatures had learned to avoid the valley entirely, and now he stalked the frozen sea to the north. Sometimes, near dawn, Winter would return with the half-shredded corpse of a whale clutched in his claws, laying it in the snow near Potter Castle as though offering tribute. The first time it happened, Beren had turned white as chalk. "Gods," he whispered hoarsely. "A leviathan." Harry had only sighed, rubbing his temple. "I suppose," he muttered, "we'll need to salt it." And so the great whales became part of the settlement's life. Ragni and the other women learned to cut the blubber into manageable slabs. The men carved enormous ribs to dry into shelters or simple fences. At the evening meal, a stew of whale meat and onions simmered in a pot the size of a cartwheel. Lionel looked around the hall that night at the firelight glinting on all those watchful faces and felt an ache she could not quite name. These were people who had never known anything but hunger and fear. And here, in this place Harry had built, they were becoming something else. Neighbors. Families. Narnians. One morning, a delegation approached Potter Castle, 3 men and a woman wrapped in patched furs. They knelt at the gate as Harry came out to meet them, Lyanna beside him. "My lord," said the woman, her voice rough from travel. "They say you are the sorcerer who makes a place where no raider's hand reaches." Harry glanced at Lyanna, then back at them. "There is no lord here," he said. Only people willing to work, and share, and keep each other safe. Then let us stay, she whispered. We have nowhere else. He studied their weary faces. Welcome to Narnia, he said at last. And Lyanna thought, perhaps this is what the world was always meant to be. Chapter 23, Chapter 23, The Warden of Narnia. Lyanna had never imagined herself as a leader. But every morning, when the sun cast golden streaks across the snow-covered roofs, it was Lyanna whom the people came to first. A question about water collection. A dispute over fishing rights. A request for help finding a lost sheep. And always, they looked to her as if she held the answers. She had never been trained to lead. But somehow, she found that she could. Lady Lyanna, said Beren one morning, bowing his head with awkward reverence, the boys from the south field have been throwing snowballs at the sheep again. It's upsetting the lambs. Lyanna tried not to laugh. Then let them muck the pens as punishment. If they want to rile the animals, they'll learn to clean up after them. Beren grinned. A fair answer, my lady. That was how it always went. Fairness. Kindness. Steadiness. These were her tools, not swords or commands. Though she was barely 16, no one questioned her word. Not because of fear, but because of trust. And for the first time since leaving Winterfell, Lyanna was truly happy. Potter Castle became the heart of learning. The stone hall echoed with laughter and the scratching of charcoal on parchment. Children and adults alike gathered at the long benches as Lyanna stood before them, chalk in hand, teaching them their letters. A is for antler, she would say, drawing the shape. B is for bear. C is for castle, our castle. They listened with wide eyes, many holding a writing tool for the first time in their lives. Even the hunters, hardened men with sun-leathered skin, came at night to learn by firelight. Harry helped, of course. With a flick of his wand and a few softly spoken words, books multiplied. The children's books, colorful tales of brave rabbits, clever foxes, and magical forests appeared by the dozen. These are gifts, he told the children. And one day, you'll read them to your own. Lyanna watched him, heart swelling. You know, she said to him one evening as they sat near the fire, you're more like a northern lord than you think. Except you build with magic instead of stone and sword. Harry chuckled. And you, my lady, are the true warden of the north. At least this part of it. She looked down, modestly. I don't command them. They come to me because I think they want someone to believe in them. Someone who doesn't look down on them. You give them dignity, Harry said simply. That's rarer than gold. Lyanna had always harbored certain prejudices about wildlings. Tales of raiders, of lawless clans and savagery, had filled the hearthside gossip of Winterfell for years. But those were not the people of Narnia. These people were eager to work. They learned with zeal. They took to crafts, leatherwork, stone carving, weaving with natural skill. And many now knew how to read and write. They built their own homes with their own hands. They shared food, taught each other, watched one another's children. And slowly, the identity of wildling began to fade. They were Narnians now. Even Harry was learning. Late at night, after the children had gone home and the hearth crackled low, Lyanna sat beside him with a book of Valyrian script. This is AG, she said, tracing his hand. Loop and tail. No sharp turns. Loop and tail, he echoed. And this, she said, flipping the page, is Old Valyrian. The writing is vertical, like vines. He tilted his head. Beautiful language. Dangerous too, she warned. Words carry power. Harry smiled faintly. That's true everywhere, Lyanna. And so the two of them, sorcerer and lady, sat in the growing heart of a new world, one built not just of magic and stone, but of learning, hope, and quiet dreams made real. Narnia had its leader. And she wore no crown but snow in her hair and ink on her fingers. It was Harry who introduced the idea of public baths to the Narnians, one of the many customs he brought from his world, and one he insisted upon with a passion that startled even Lyanna. To Harry, hygiene wasn't a luxury. It was essential. He declared it the cornerstone of civilization, second only to clean water and food. And so, with the help of a few curious volunteers and a great deal of magical finesse, he built the first 2 bathhouses in Narnia. One for men and one for women, both made of sturdy stone walls, reinforced with magic runes carved deep into the foundation. These runes stabilized the warmth of the water, funneled from heated underground streams Harry had located through magical divination. Inside, there were wide pools that steamed gently in the cold morning air, lined with smooth stone and warmed to the perfect temperature. The first time the villagers saw Harry manipulate earth and stone with a wave of his wand, they gasped. Walls grew where there had been none, arches carved themselves into shape, and the very snow seemed to retreat from his presence. When he conjured a glowing rune above the entrance and spoke in an ancient tongue, the entire framework of the bathhouse sealed and glowed with magical energy. Whispers followed him wherever he walked after that. A true sorcerer. I heard he commands all elements to his will. Is it true he crossed the sky on wings of smoke? Harry tried to ignore them. He was used to being talked about, but he didn't like the stares that lingered too long. He especially noticed the way the wildling women looked at him now. It wasn't just admiration, it was hunger. A different kind of hunger than he'd seen when he fed the village after Winter gifted him a whale. This was personal. Lyanna noticed it too. She stood outside the women's bathhouse, wrapped in a heavy cloak as steam drifted into the air, and narrowed her eyes at the group of young wildling women giggling in the snow. Their cheeks were red from the heat, their eyes shining, and each of them, it seemed, kept casting glances toward Potter Castle, toward Harry. You should have seen him bend the earth, one girl whispered to another. He made stone dance. He smells nice too, another said with a sly grin. Not like the usual men. Like herbs and firewood. And he doesn't even look at us, came a playful complaint. He's always with that Lady Stark. Maybe he's hers. Lyanna's face burned hot as fire in the snow. She turned quickly, her cloak flaring behind her as she walked back toward the castle. Inside, she found Harry in the common room, sitting on the floor beside the fireplace, a book open in his lap, his hair slightly damp from a bath of his own. He looked up and smiled. You're back. Tried the bath yet? I did, she replied, removing her cloak and folding it neatly over a chair. It's lovely. I'm glad, he said, nodding to himself as he turned another page. Makes all the carving and stone hauling worth it. She stood watching him for a moment, her hands clasped together in front of her. There were times when she wanted to scream at him. How could he not notice the way she looked at him? How she lingered near when he cooked, or how her heart pounded when he smiled at her that certain way, soft and warm, as though they were the only 2 people left in the world. But then her thoughts always darkened. She remembered the night Rhaegar left. The tears. The pain. The feeling of betrayal when Rhaegar never came. She remembered the weight of his crown of roses, the sweet scent that once thrilled her now made her stomach turn. Sometimes, she dreamed of Harry. In her dreams, he pulled her close, kissed her like she belonged nowhere else. He whispered her name as though it were a song. He made her feel safe. Cherished. Loved. But the dreams always twisted. In the middle of their closeness, his face would shift, those warm green eyes replaced by violet ones, Harry's smile distorted into Rhaegar's cold, too perfect face. She always woke up in tears, furious, ashamed. Now, she stared at Harry, who was humming softly while he read, completely unaware of the storm raging within her. Harry, she said softly. He looked up. Why don't you look at the wildling girls? She asked before she could stop herself. Her voice came out sharper than she intended. He blinked. What do you mean? They stare at you. Like you're some gift from the gods, she muttered, crossing her arms. You must have noticed. Harry laughed. I've been busy building half a village. I don't have time to notice if someone's staring. They're interested in you, she said, turning her face away. You could have any of them. Harry looked confused for a moment, then set the book down and leaned forward. Is that what's been bothering you? No, she said too quickly. Then, lowering her voice, maybe. Harry studied her face. Lyanna. I'm not interested in any of them. And even if I were, I wouldn't be someone who shares myself so freely. Her heart skipped a beat. She didn't dare look at him, but her voice trembled as she said, I'm not your wife, Harry. You owe me nothing. That may be true, Harry said quietly, but that doesn't mean I don't care. You've been through too much already, Lyanna. I'd never do anything to hurt you. For a long time, silence hung between them. Finally, Lyanna gave a little nod. I know. That's why it hurts. Harry tilted his head. Why? Because you're good, she whispered, still not meeting his gaze. And I'm not sure I deserve that. He stood and stepped beside her, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. Then we'll build something where people do deserve it. Together. For the Narnians. And for ourselves. She looked up at him, eyes glistening. Promise me you won't leave. I won't, Harry said, his voice soft and steady. I'm here. And I'm staying. Outside, the wind howled over snow-covered hills, but inside Potter Castle, the fire crackled and warmth lingered. Lyanna stood beside him, her heart still aching, but now, it beat with a little more hope. The morning was quiet, the snow glistening like silver threads beneath the rising sun. Beyond the settled borders of Narnia, far past the stone cottages and warm fires, Harry saddled a black mare with calm precision. The horse whinnied softly as he adjusted the reins and then turned toward the north, riding alone through the frost-bitten forest paths toward a hidden clearing nestled in the rise of a broken ridge. This was where winter rested. The cave was massive, like a wound in the earth's bones, and concealed by ancient magic that bent the air and light. No one from Narnia ever wandered here. It was far enough that even the bravest child wouldn't stray so far. Harry rode up the last ridge, dismounted, and walked toward the shadowed entrance with slow reverence. Inside, the cave opened into a vast domed space, softly illuminated by faintly glowing runes etched in the ceiling stone. And there, resting like a coiled god, was Winter. The dragon stirred as Harry approached, his white scales shimmering faintly under the glow of the runes. His eyes, like liquid silver with slitted pupils, opened and fixed on Harry. The cold breath that escaped his snout curled in the air like mist. Harry smiled. I missed you too, big guy. Winter rumbled, a low, throaty sound that Harry understood as a greeting. They had no spoken language, but their bond was forged through more than words. Harry's thoughts traveled through their connection like ripples in water. And Winter responded in kind, with instinct, emotion, and clear understanding. You've grown, Harry said aloud, walking closer. Westeros agrees with you. It was true. Since arriving in this world, Winter's size had nearly doubled. His wings were vast enough to darken a small field, his body coiled with powerful muscle beneath those pale, glistening scales. He was truly a creature of awe, now more legend than beast. Harry reached into his enchanted satchel and pulled out a bundle wrapped in black silk. He unwrapped it carefully, revealing a gleaming silver pendant, shaped like a spiral of interwoven runes, pulsing faintly with power. I made something for you, Harry said, stepping close. It's time you had a little freedom. Winter lowered his head curiously. This, Harry explained, is a runic pendant. It's linked to your magical core. When you channel your energy through it, you become invisible. Not just your body, your scent, your sound, your heat gone. You can fly in daylight now, without anyone seeing you. Winter blinked. Then, with slow grace, bent his neck further. Harry fastened the pendant around his massive neck. The moment the clasp clicked into place, the runes flared to life with a white-blue glow. "Try it," Harry whispered. Winter focused and in the blink of an eye, vanished. Harry stood in the center of the cave, surrounded by nothing but echoing silence. He laughed, lifting his hands. "Perfect." A moment later, Winter reappeared, and gave a satisfied huff, his wings shifting in excitement. He activated the pendant again and disappeared, then returned. The joy in his movements made Harry grin. "You like it," he said. "Good. You're going to need it." He turned to look eastward, toward where the sun was rising over the frosted treetops. "I need to go to Bravos," he said aloud. "I've only been in Westeros. I need to know what's out there. If there's magic, culture, ancient knowledge. I have to see it. For both our sakes." Winter snorted, as if already preparing for the flight. "But we leave in secret," Harry added. "Lyanna doesn't want anyone to see you yet. Too soon. The people aren't ready." "Not yet." Back at Potter Castle, Lyanna stood near the hearth, her hands resting on the curve of her belly. Her pregnancy was now visible, and despite the warmth of the fire and the comfort of the settlement, a shadow passed over her heart. She heard the stable doors close softly. She knew what that sound meant. She turned to see Harry enter, brushing snow from his cloak. "You're really going," she said, not trying to hide the sadness in her voice. Harry nodded. "Just for a short while. Couple of weeks. Maybe a month. I need to know what the world beyond the wall, beyond Westeros, is like." "You'll be flying," she said softly, looking down at her hands. "On Winter. No one will see us. I promise. The pendant works." "I don't want you to go," she whispered. "But I won't stop you." Harry hesitated, then stepped close and gently touched her arm. "I've made arrangements. 2 of the older women from the settlement will stay here. They'll take care of you while I'm gone. I'll come back, Lyanna. Always." Her eyes met his, and there was a weight behind them she couldn't hide. "Just, come back safe." He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "You keep things running here. I hear you've become Queen of Narnia." She managed a weak laugh. "Not queen. Just, someone they trust." "Well," Harry said, leaning forward to kiss her forehead, "I trust you too." That night, before the moon rose, Harry vanished into the cave. No one in Narnia saw him leave. Winter curled down low, invisible to the stars. Harry climbed into the new saddle, sleek, wide, reinforced with dragon leather and metal fittings. It could hold 6 people easily, though tonight it carried only 1. "Let's fly," Harry whispered. And with a mighty beat of wings and a ripple of magic, Winter soared into the air, vanishing into the sky like a ghost, carrying Harry across the sea, toward the ancient city of Bravos and whatever truths waited for him in the east. ______. Chapter 24, Chapter 24, The Sorcerer of Bravos. The free city of Bravos looked like a city submerged in water, its streets narrow canals and its buildings rising above shimmering channels, bridges strung between towers like threads of lace. From the sky, atop the invisible form of Winter, Harry was breathless. The sun glinted off the rooftops, and the deeper he gazed, the more intricate the city seemed. Bravos was a maze of beauty and elegance, unlike anything in Westeros. The salty wind whipped past him, and his eyes locked on the Titan of Bravos, an immense colossus standing guard at the mouth of the harbour, its raised sword seemingly splitting the clouds. Even from such a height, the Titan inspired awe. Its massive stone limbs straddled the entrance to the lagoon, its eyes ever watchful. Harry had seen wonders in his life, castles built by magic, creatures of fire and shadow, but nothing made him blink like the Titan. It was a marvel of mortal hands, not magic, and that impressed him even more. Winter flew silently, gliding above the scattered clouds. When Harry found a thick patch of forest and rocky shoreline outside the city limits, he gave the command through thought, and the great white dragon descended, its wings stirring the sea spray and pine boughs. When Winter's claws touched down, Harry slid from the saddle with practiced ease. The dragon remained invisible, crouching low behind a thicket of trees and mist, letting out a low, rumbling breath as if to say, "Hurry! I'll be back before sunset," Harry whispered, placing a hand on Winter's neck. "Stay hidden. If anyone comes near, vanish into the sea." The dragon huffed, its golden slit eyes blinking once, slowly. Harry removed his fur-lined cloak, now far too warm for the coastal humidity. He reached into his enchanted satchel and drew out a fine outfit of sea silk deep blue robes trimmed with silver, light boots suited for cobblestones and boat decks, and a thin traveling sash woven with protective runes in the thread. He took a moment to adjust his hair, now longer than it had been when he first left his world, and wiped the travel dust from his face using a conjured cloth. With a sigh and a sense of quiet anticipation, Harry began the slow walk toward Bravos. The road was quiet, lined with olive trees and flowering bushes, the sea always to his right. Seabirds cried overhead, and the air smelled of salt and spice. He could already see the domes and towers of the city rising over the water, and the sound of distant bells carried faintly on the wind. As Harry approached the great gates of Bravos on foot, he was immediately met with scrutiny by the guards stationed at the entryway. The gatekeeper, a tall, weather-worn man with a halberd and a chainmail vest glinting under the sun, squinted at Harry with disinterest. Travelers passed through all day, noblemen in polished carriages with armored escorts, foreign merchants boasting fine cloaks and guarded by sellswords, and even temple emissaries robed in the hues of their gods. Harry, dressed well but walking alone and unannounced, barely warranted a glance. The gatekeeper stepped forward with a grunt. "Entry fee. 2 silver moons," he said, holding out a gloved hand. Harry raised a brow but did not protest. Causing a scene at the gates would do nothing but delay him, and besides, he had enough wealth hidden in the depths of his enchanted trunk to buy half the street if he wished. He reached into his coin pouch and handed over the fee without a word. The guard inspected the coins briefly, grunted again in approval, and waved him through. Inside the city, Harry was immediately swept up in the breathtaking beauty and chaotic energy of Bravos. Stone bridges curved over sparkling canals, gondoliers called out to pedestrians, and domed rooftops gleamed under the sun. The streets bustled with richly dressed merchants, masked courtesans from the moon pool, sellswords advertising their steel, and children darting through narrow alleys. The scent of spice, sea, and fresh bread mingled in the air, and every turn revealed something new: painted walls, hanging lanterns, minstrels playing flutes beside the canals. Realizing quickly that the city was far too large to explore on foot, Harry found a stable and purchased a sturdy Bravasi horse, a strong gelding with sleek grey fur and a steady pace. With saddle bags enchanted to lighten the load, he mounted and began his slow, curious exploration of the free city. His ride eventually brought him to a modest-looking bookstore nestled between a tailor's shop and a perfume vendor. The sign above the door read "The Quill and Lantern." It was not much to look at, no glass windows or elaborate decorations, but something about it tugged at Harry's curiosity. He dismounted and stepped inside. The scent of old parchment and lamp oil filled the narrow space. Shelves made of dark oak lined the walls, filled with only a few dozen volumes. In total, the store couldn't have held more than 50 books. Behind the counter stood an older Bravasi man with graying hair and intelligent eyes. He eyed Harry with mild suspicion and curiosity. "Looking for something specific?" the man asked, his common tongue tinged with the musical accent of the city. Harry shook his head, stepping deeper into the room. "No. I'm buying everything." The man blinked. "Everything? All of it?" The bookseller laughed, thinking it a jest. "That would cost you 1,000 gold coins," at least. These aren't common stories for children. Each book is copied by hand. Ink, vellum, labor, it all adds up. Harry gave a small smile and reached into his enchanted pouch. What if, he said slowly, instead of gold, I offered you something better? The man narrowed his eyes. Better. Harry pulled one book from the shelf, an old history of the Rhoynar Wars, and held it in his palm. With a flick of his wand and a whispered incantation, the book shimmered. 1 became 2. The 2 became 4. And in moments, 21 identical copies of the same book lay stacked before them. They're permanent, Harry explained, watching the stunned silence on the man's face. Indistinguishable from the original. They won't rot. They won't fade. They'll last for generations. The bookseller stood frozen, mouth open, eyes wide with disbelief. You can keep the originals, Harry continued. And I'll take one of each copy. The man staggered back a step, then suddenly rushed forward, examining the books, touching the pages as though expecting them to crumble or vanish. This is sorcery, he muttered. Magic, Harry corrected gently. And a gift. The man looked up at him, emotion trembling on his face, fear, awe, and joy all at once. Who are you? He whispered. Harry smiled faintly. Just a traveler looking to learn. The bookseller bowed, not out of obligation, but reverence. Then, my friend, you are welcome here any time. My name is Orlano. And you have just made me the richest bookkeeper in Bravos. No, perhaps in all Essos. And from that moment forward, Orlano became more than a merchant. Like many before him, he saw in Harry something more than man, powerful, mysterious, and perhaps fated for something greater. And so, he became the first friend Harry made in Bravos. As the final copy settled softly onto the counter, Orlano let out a long breath and shook his head, still reeling from the marvel he had just witnessed. Books that would have taken scribes weeks or months to replicate had multiplied before his eyes in mere seconds. With trembling hands, he latched the front door of the Quill and Lantern and flipped the sign to closed. Enough commerce for one day, he said with a grin, already rolling down the awning. You've done more for me in a minute than any patron in a decade. Now, friend, let me return the favor. Harry raised a brow, amused. You're closing shop? Orlano waved it off. The books will be there tomorrow. But a sorcerer who can turn parchment into gold? That's rare. And I know Bravos like the lines on my own palm. Let me guide you. Harry smiled faintly. He could already tell that Orlano's motivation wasn't only gratitude, it was opportunity. It was always wise to be on good terms with a sorcerer, and Orlano, to his credit, wasn't hiding that. But Harry didn't mind. He needed someone like this. Someone who could show him the hidden doors behind the gilded ones. They began their walk through the heart of Bravos. Orlano, now in better spirits and walking like a man 10 years younger, pointed out every important guild house, artisan quarter, and known den of thieves with a mixture of flair and caution. Don't let the silks fool you, Orlano whispered, gesturing to a group of jewel-cloaked merchants laughing near a wine house. Some of those men have fingers longer than their ledgers. You flash too much coin there, and your purse will be empty before your glass is. I'm not worried, Harry replied calmly, his green eyes scanning the crowd. Are you, like the mages of old? Orlano asked with a slight tremor of reverence. Harry simply nodded. What he didn't say was that his skills in legilimency had advanced far beyond the casual probing of thoughts. With a single glance, he could sift through a man's surface thoughts and dive straight into memories, reading them, copying them, storing them with surgical precision. And that was the true purpose of his journey to Bravos. When they reached a respected forge tucked between an old spice warehouse and a marble bathhouse, Orlano stopped and whispered, one of the finest smiths in Bravos. Makes weapons for sea lords and sell swords alike. Doesn't usually give tours, but you've got me. The interior of the smithy glowed with the pulsing red-orange of fire and steel. The blacksmith, a muscular Bravasi man named Gwillis, stood at the anvil hammering a glowing piece of metal with rhythmic fury. As the two entered, Gwillis glanced up but said nothing. His face was hard, his eyes sharp from years of working beside flame and iron. Harry's gaze settled on the rack at the back. Among the steel blades, daggers, and axes, one item shone differently. A long, dark sword with ripples along its edge. Valyrian steel. Is that for sale? Harry asked, nodding to the blade. Gwillis scoffed, setting his hammer down. Everything is for sale for the right price. Harry approached slowly, running his fingers along the blade's hilt. In that moment, with a flicker of concentration, his mind reached forward just lightly and skimmed the surface of Gwillis' consciousness. Memories bloomed before him, the folding of steel, the whispered forging prayers, the fine oil mixtures, the exact moment when heat and quenching sang in unison. All of it copied and filed away into the vault of Harry's mind. "I'll take it," Harry said. "And a few others. I like your work." Gwillis blinked, mildly surprised, but the weight of Harry's purse was undeniable. When the coins clinked on the workbench, even the hardened smith gave a rare nod of approval. As they exited the shop, Orlando couldn't contain his curiosity. "You didn't even haggle." "I didn't come for bargains," Harry replied calmly. "I came to learn." The slave market in Bravos wasn't openly advertised, not in the free city known for its proud declaration that no man in Bravos is a slave. But Orlando knew the undercurrents. He knew where the boats docked quietly at night, where the masked intermediaries negotiated behind closed doors, and where wealthy patrons went when they sought skilled labor without question. They walked through the narrow streets of the Drowned Ward, a damp, moss-laced corner of the city where gulls screamed and the stone walls always smelled of sea salt and rusted iron. Orlando glanced behind them before entering a low-ceilinged warehouse guarded by two men in red sashes. "Are you sure about this?" Orlando whispered, the candle light flickering on his face. "They won't let just anyone in." "I'm not just anyone," Harry said, stepping forward with a calm confidence. His presence had grown since he arrived in Bravos. There was a stillness to him like a storm waiting just beyond the horizon. Even Orlando felt it. The guards parted after Harry whispered a word and brushed his fingers against one of their mines, unlocking the door without needing a coin or permission. Inside, the air was thick with quiet tension. Rows of people stood behind iron bars, men, women, and children. Not one of them wore chains, but the collar around each neck said enough. Some had scars across their hands from years of tool work. Others looked clean, scholarly, even calm. Harry's eyes swept across the crowd. He didn't recoil in disgust, nor did he show pity. Instead, he observed. Who here still held the light in their eyes? Who had skills, and hope, and fire left in them? A man at the front approached, wearing green velvet robes and a feathered cap. "New to the market, my lord?" he asked smoothly. "You're in luck. I have scribes, sailors, potters, and shipwrights. Strong backs. Quiet tongues. Loyal with the right coin." Harry turned to Orlando. "You said some of them are master craftsmen." "Some are," Orlando whispered. "Indentured. Captured. Sold by their own guilds. It's brutal, but true. Some of the best metal workers in Norvos ended up here after a war." Harry stepped forward. "I want the skilled ones. Blacksmiths, architects, glassblowers, carpenters, healers. Bring them all out." The man blinked, surprised. "You'd take all of them?" "I'll pay. But they'll leave with me free," Harry said, his voice iron. "No chains. No collars. They'll work for wages, not whips." The merchant raised his hands, half in surrender and half in greed. "As you wish, my lord. They're yours if the coin is right." As groups were brought forth, confused, wary, and silent, Harry watched them closely. He used no magic at first. Just his eyes. Then, discreetly, his legilimency passed over their minds like a breeze. He saw their lives, their trades, their loss, their rage, their hope. One woman had been a royal architect in Lys. One man, a blade forger trained in Valeria's dying traditions. A middle-aged healer had learned from Carthian monks. A carpenter had built entire ships that once sailed to Asai. Harry nodded, feeling the weight of their memories settling in his own. "I'll take all of them." The merchant, nearly stumbling in glee, began scribbling notes. "Shall I deliver them to your estate, my lord?" "No," Harry said. "They'll follow me. As free men and women." As the collars were unlocked and the doors opened, silence swept through the hall. Many looked at Harry in disbelief. One of them, a young man with calloused fingers and soot-stained skin, stepped forward. "Why?" he asked in a hoarse voice. "Why free us?" Harry looked at them all. "Because the world needs rebuilding. And I don't want slaves. I want a future. A home. A place where your work is valued." A quiet ripple moved through the crowd. Hope. Distant, fragile but real. As they left the warehouse together, Orlando leaned toward Harry and whispered, "You just bought yourself an army of loyalty." Harry didn't answer. But deep inside, he knew this was only the beginning. Narnia was rising. And it would be unlike anything this world had ever seen. _____. Chapter 25, Chapter 25, A Northerner in the Free City. As the last of the former slaves stepped through the glowing ring of the Port Kayat, vanishing into the northern sky with a soft shimmer of blue light, Harry lowered his wand and exhaled slowly. The rope he had enchanted lay limp in his hand now, the magic drained from it with the final jump. Around him, the small clearing near Bravu's coast was silent once again, just the gentle rustle of salt-kissed grass and the murmur of distant gulls. He looked around to ensure no one had seen what had transpired. The Bravasi had eyes everywhere, and though Harry had taken every precaution, caution was still his closest companion. Before sending them off, he had outfitted each person with bags filled with essentials: dried food, cookware, warm cloaks, even tools. Many carried packs of livestock: chickens, goats, and even 10 pregnant cows. The men and women had been armed with simple weapons too, nothing extravagant, just blades and bows that wouldn't draw attention in Bravu's. With 120 people now safe inside winter's magically protected cave, Harry felt a quiet sense of accomplishment, but also the tug of responsibility settled deeper into his bones. He could see the cave in his mind's eye, lit with glowing runes, warmed with enchantments, and filled now with murmurs of awe and questions. Many had stared in confusion as the Port Kayat took them, unsure whether they were being whisked to freedom or death. But they had trusted him. That trust, earned with words and kindness, now bound them to him more than any oath could. "I'll return soon," Harry whispered under his breath, eyes on the fading horizon. With a flick of his wand, he removed all the traces of people traveling towards winter and began the slow ride back to the city gates of Bravu's. His pace was calm, but his mind raced. There was still much to learn, and the free city held secrets he hadn't yet touched. He passed by the towering statues of faceless gods and narrow canals lined with stonework houses. The scent of sea air mixed with spice and fish as he reached the bustling central market. Bravu's pulsed with life. Musicians strummed lutes on bridges, mask-wearing courtesans whispered invitations to nobles, and merchants called out with exotic goods from Lys, Volantis, and beyond. But Harry wasn't here to revel. He passed through the crowd with purpose. There were places still to visit: temples of forgotten gods, magical apothecaries, even whispered rumors of a glassmaker who had once crafted mirrors that revealed more than reflections. The magic of the old world still lived in Bravu's, buried beneath its canals and coin. Before nightfall, he intended to find it. And then, he would return to the north with knowledge, power, and people who believed in him. The sun was setting over the canals of Bravu's, casting a molten gold reflection across the water as Harry stood upon the terrace of a quiet inn, watching from the shadows. Below, in the merchant quarter near the slave pens and illegal trade, yet barely hidden, there was unrest brewing. He could see it in the sharp gestures of the slavers, the way they barked at their guards and waved at dockside sellswords, slipping them coin pouches, and whispers behind cupped hands. "They think they can track me," Harry muttered under his breath, fingers resting on the wooden rail of the terrace. "They think they still own what I've taken." He'd seen the look in their eyes the moment he had bought over 100 skilled artisans without so much as blinking. Not one coin bartered. Just a nod, and an outstretched bag of shining gold pieces. Of course the slavers would grow suspicious. No one parted with such wealth without a hidden motive. And now that he'd vanished with their finest slaves, blacksmiths, leatherworkers, potters, cooks, healers, they were reacting exactly as he predicted. From his high vantage point, Harry spotted a group of hardened sellswords sporting a small galley, iron helms and fur collars, the mark of Norvashi cutthroats. One of the slavers below pointed east, and shouted something across the docks. The implication was clear. "They're fools," Harry murmured, shaking his head. "Greedy, grasping fools." He turned from the view, retreating into his private chamber, where a mirror hovered midair, revealing the snowy haven beyond the wall. One by one, the freed men and women were settling inside the warmth of winter's cave, lighting lanterns, feeding livestock, setting up sleeping rolls. Children laughed as a goat chased one of them, slipping on smooth rock. They were safe. Thousands of miles away. And untouchable. With a flick of his wand, Harry dismissed the scrying mirror and whispered a command. The enchanted coin bags he had left with the slavers' illusionary gold formed from transmuted leaves and gilded stone were now beginning to unravel. One by one, the coins would fade from solid to mist, the illusion breaking just as he willed it. He smirked. "That's why I didn't haggle, you bastards." Back at the docks, chaos was erupting. Cries of alarm echoed from the merchant vaults as gold dissolved like dust in water, and enraged voices screamed for guards, for scribes, for sorcery. One of the slavers, his face red with fury, was pounding his fists against the wooden crate where he'd stored his fortune, now filled only with grey ash. "They'll send more men," Harry whispered, conjuring his wand into his hand. "But they'll find nothing. Not the people, not their gold, not even my trail." And with that, Harry pulled the hood of his traveling cloak over his head and walked out into the Bravacy night, just another face in the crowd. Harry had just exited a Bravacy wine shop, his arms full of exotic bread, soft cheese, and fruit soaked in honey, when he heard his name echo across the cobbled street. "Lord Gryffindor! 7 hells, it is you!" Harry turned sharply, his wand instinctively brushing his palm beneath his cloak before recognition dawned. Striding toward him with a beaming face and a richly embroidered green cloak flapping behind him was none other than Wyman Manderley, heir of White Harbour and the son of Lord Whaley. The man was broad-shouldered and ruddy-cheeked, a northerner to his bones, though he wore a sea silk like a second skin. "Lord Wyman!" Harry grinned, genuinely surprised and pleased. "Didn't think I'd be seeing anyone from the north this far east." Wyman clasped Harry's hand firmly, shaking it with both of his. "You're damn right I'm here. On my father's orders, trade negotiations with the Sea Lord. But I'd rather talk about you, Lord Gryffindor." He lowered his voice, a glint of admiration in his eye. "Word of your deed reached us months ago." Harry's smile faded into something more neutral. "You mean Roose Bolton?" "Aye," Wyman said, tone dipping into something more serious, but not unfriendly. "The man was a butcher of the worst sort. No one wept for him in the north. You know what they found beneath the dread fort?" He leaned closer. "Wildlings. Skinned and strung like meat. The dungeons reeked of blood and rot. My father said it's a miracle the gods allowed him to live that long." Harry exhaled slowly. "I didn't know about the dungeons. I acted because, well, let's just say justice needed doing." "To hell with the law," Wyman said bluntly. "We're in Bravos now. Westerosi law doesn't stretch across the narrow sea. The two men began walking down the street together, the Bravasi pedestrians parting for them as Harry's quiet presence and Wyman's noble swagger turned heads. Still, Harry said, glancing sideways at the air of White Harbor, "You're aware that I've made a lot of enemies by doing what I did?" Wyman replied with a smirk. "But you've made more friends. Don't let the silence of noble houses fool you. Plenty of northern lords are grateful. The Boltons were feared, not respected. Now the Dreadfort lands are divided up between houses Cerwyn, Tallheart and Umber. No one mourns the Leech Lord." Harry nodded, lips tight in a thoughtful line. "I know about politics," Wyman added, "and I know this, men rally behind those who do what others dare not. You may be young, Gryffindor, but you're making a name for yourself. Careful, though names echo longer than swords swing." Harry chuckled. "Thanks for the warning." Wyman slapped him on the shoulder. "Come on, I'll buy you a drink. And then you can tell me what in the seven hells you're doing here, with the Bravasi saddlebag, and enough food for a wedding feast." Harry smiled. "Only if you promise not to ask about the how Lord Bolton squealed." Wyman paused, blinked, then burst out laughing. "Gods help me, I like you already." Wyman Manderley leaned back on the cushioned bench outside a Bravasi cafe, a half-unwrapped chocolate bar in his thick fingers and an expression of bliss across his face. "By the gods, Harry," he said between bites, "I don't know what sort of sorcery goes into this confection, but I'd marry whoever made it." Harry chuckled as he sipped a mild tea brewed with spices from Yeti. "It's called chocolate. From far away. I figured you might like it." "Like it?" Wyman gave a hearty laugh. "I'd trade a whole barrel of Arbor gold for a basket of these bars." "You might cause a war if you start handing them out freely." Harry grinned, pleased by the reaction, though he kept his usual caution behind his eyes. "I'll make sure to ration them, then." Wyman's jovial tone faded slightly as he set the wrapper down and looked toward the busy canals. "So, what brings you to Bravus? Thought you'd be gone deep into Dothraki Sea." Harry shrugged. "Trade. Learning. Travel. I've been exploring." "Wish I could do the same," Wyman muttered. "Things back home are difficult. The winter has hit hard. Snow lies heavy on the roads, and grain stores are thinning. Only the coastal holds are managing, and even that's barely." Harry nodded in sympathy, keeping his thoughts to himself. Wyman leaned forward, lowering his voice as if someone might overhear. "And the Stark name has been in enough scandal to fill a bard's scroll. Have you heard about Brandon?" "You mean Brandon Stark?" Harry said carefully. Wyman nodded grimly. "Brandon Stark, heir to Winterfell, once married to Catelyn Tully, threw it all away. Eloped with Barbary Riswell 3 months after the marriage. Disgraced the North. You know how proud the Tullys are. Hoster Tully nearly died of the shame." Harry raised an eyebrow. "So what happened?" "Rickard Stark disinherited him, of course. Passed the lordship to Eddard. And Catelyn, well, she was still needed for the alliance. She married Eddard instead, though no one would call it a happy union. I've spoken with them both. It's cold." Harry sipped his tea again, his expression unreadable. "And Brandon?" "Gone. Fled to Essos, with his Riswell lover. Haven't seen or heard a thing since they left White Harbor. There are whispers he's working as a mercenary, others say he's built a new life somewhere under a false name. Who knows? A man like him could thrive anywhere if he can keep that reckless heart of his in check." Harry looked out at the water, thoughtful. "What about Lyanna?" Wyman sighed, the heaviness of grief touching his features. "Vanished, same as her brother. Left only a note. Said she was running away with her mysterious lover, whoever that was. Some say it was a poetic lie. Others think she was taken. Lord Rickard still has his men scouring all over the world. Young Benjen barely speaks of it. But I think he knows more than he lets on. There was a long silence between them, filled only by the sounds of Bravasi gondolas and distant conversation. Then Wyman clapped Harry gently on the back. Strange times, my friend. The realm is changing, and not always for the better. Harry gave a small smile. Then you must be ready for what comes. Wyman nodded slowly. And if you ever come to White Harbor again, you'll be welcome. You've got friends there. Thank you, Harry replied sincerely. I'll remember that. The sellswords returned 3 days after their hasty departure, faces red from the wind and mouths tight with frustration. Harry watched them from a quiet corner of the port square, sipping his honeyed wine with a casual ease that belied the sharpness of his gaze. Their leader cursed beneath his breath as he threw a satchel onto the cobbles and barked something about vanishing ghosts and wild goose chases. As Harry had predicted, there was no trace to follow, no trail to track. His people were long gone. It was time to return. But before he did, Harry found his thoughts turning to the north. He remembered Lyanna's voice, sometimes teasing, sometimes tired, and the wistful way she spoke of home. If she knew her people were starving while she lived in peace, it would crush her heart. Harry would not let that happen. He found Orlano waiting for him as always, leaned casually against a stone pillar near the fish market. I have a favor to ask, Harry said, handing him a heavy pouch filled with Bravasi silver. I need grain. Barley, wheat, oats if possible. Dried fruits. Salted meats. Preserved root vegetables. As much as you can get. Orlano whistled. For one of the free cities, or a small kingdom. Harry smiled. For the north. Orlano didn't ask questions. That's why Harry liked him. A day later, Orlano brought him to a grizzled sea captain named Torvinmar, who commanded 20 massive whaling vessels, sturdy ships with deep holds and seasoned crews. He's an honest merchant, Orlano assured him. And more importantly, he keeps his mouth shut. I don't care about silence, Harry replied. I care about loyalty. And fast shipping. Captain Mar grunted. You've got coin. That buys loyalty and speed. Tell me the destination. White Harbor, Harry answered simply. Deliver the goods to Lord Wyman Manderley. The loading took 2 days. Barrel after barrel was rolled down the docks, crates stacked high with cured meats and sacks of grain sealed tight against the damp. The ships groaned under the weight, but they were built for the northern waters and the long, cold runs through stormy seas. At dawn on the 3rd day, the sails were raised, and the ships rocked gently in the morning tide, waiting for the signal. Wyman Manderley arrived at the dock just as Harry finished checking the last manifest. Lord Greyfinder, Wyman called, his voice rich with good humour, or should I call you Bravasi merchant now? Harry turned and extended a hand. Call me whatever you like, Lord Manderley, as long as you accept a gift. Wyman's eyes went wide as he looked past Harry, at the great fleet behind him. 7 hells! You didn't just buy food. You bought a harvest. Enough to feed the North for years, Harry said. If it's rationed properly. The older man's mouth moved, but no words came for a moment. Why? He asked, voice lower now. Why do this? Harry paused, then answered with quiet conviction. Because I owe the North something, someone. He met Wyman's eyes. I am the one Lyanna Stark ran away with. Wyman froze, his breath caught. She didn't want Robert Baratheon. She didn't want a cage. She wanted a life of her own choosing. Harry smiled faintly. With me. 7 gods, Wyman murmured. I always suspected she ran. But I never imagined. He took a step closer. Is she well? She's alive. Safe. Free. And pregnant. Harry's voice was firm. She goes by Lyanna Greyfinder now. And she's happier than she's ever been. Wyman let out a slow breath, equal parts astonishment and relief. Then I'm glad. More glad than you'll know. She was a wildfire of a girl, no man could hold her. But if she's with you by choice, then you must be something remarkable. I don't want her name in the whispers of slavers or sellswords, Harry added. So I ask only this, if you ever want to speak with me or her again, send word to Orlano's bookshop. He'll know how to find me. Wyman nodded solemnly. And the North, will never forget this. You've earned our loyalty, Harry Gryffindor. The two men clasped hands, and then parted without further fanfare. Wyman boarded his ship, and from the deck, he turned once more to see Harry watching from the dock. Then, with the wind at their backs, the ships slipped into the misty Bravasi Bay one after the other, like a silver serpent coiling toward Westeros, bearing salvation. Harry turned away as the last ship vanished beyond the horizon. He walked to the same quiet alley he always used, placed a palm against the cold stone wall, and murmured a single word. Moments later, far beyond the city's edge, a massive shimmer spread in the air. Wind rushed. Snow greeted him like an old friend. Winter was waiting. _____. Chapter 26, Chapter 26, The Sorcerer's Homecoming. The sky tore apart with thunder as Winter, cloaked in shimmering invisibility, raced across the clouds above the shivering sea. With wings that carved through the wind like blades, the great dragon soared with unmatched speed, his instinct pulling him home. Harry sat astride Winter's massive back, hood drawn low and one hand steady on the saddle. The cold bit into his cheeks, but he didn't mind. He was returning not just to Narnia, but to something far more important. Winter roared once as the mountains of ice and shadow came into view, and then without a command, he veered toward his cave. Harry didn't expect what happened next. A scream echoed through the entrance of the cavern. Then another. Panic surged inside the cave as the men and women Harry had rescued ran for shelter, hiding behind crates and stone outcroppings, clutching each other in terror. Some drew rusted knives, while others stood paralyzed in fear. One man, a former leather worker from Mere, shouted, "He brought us here to feed us to a beast." Winter landed with a ground-shaking thud, causing a few crates to topple and a baby to cry out. His claws dug into the stone, eyes glowing like twin lanterns in the dark, and his breath steamed the air. His wings folded slowly, and he stretched his long neck toward the entrance, where dozens of frightened faces were frozen in fear. Harry dismounted swiftly and raised both hands. "Stop! All of you, please listen." The frightened crowd fell silent, their eyes locked on him, breath shallow. "This is Winter," Harry said calmly, stepping between the dragon and the people. "He's mine. My bonded dragon. He will not harm you. Not now, not ever." A dark-skinned woman with tightly braided hair stepped forward, trembling. "We've only heard tales of dragon lords. That they're cruel. Tyrants. That they feed the weak to their monsters." Harry shook his head. "Not this one. Not here. I brought you here for freedom. Not fear." Winter lowered his head until his snout nearly brushed the ground beside Harry. Slowly, the beast let out a deep, rumbling purr that vibrated through the stone floor. The sound was oddly comforting. Harry turned to the group. "I won't ask you to trust me today. But I will ask you to watch. And decide for yourself if I am the kind of man who would betray you." The tension in the cave eased, slowly, like frost melting from glass. A few people straightened. Others still clutched their makeshift weapons but did not raise them again. A child peeked out from behind a barrel and whispered, "He's beautiful." Harry smiled. "Yes. He is." By the next hour, the former slaves had settled again, and Harry could see signs of order in the cave makeshift sleeping areas, stacked supplies, fires burning within stone circles. They had adapted. They had survived. That was enough. And then it was time. Harry led them from the cave, wrapped in thick cloaks of fur and wool, many gifted from the stores he had prepared. The journey toward Narnia began as the wind howled overhead. Snow fell in flurries, and even though they had warm clothes, the bitter chill sank into their bones. Some of the women from warmer lands whimpered with each step. The men squinted into the wind, gripping packs and baskets tightly. Still, they marched. When Narnia's great wooden palisades came into view, a silence fell over the new arrivals. And it wasn't just awe, it was hesitation. Fear. The wildlings were gathered on the other side of the settlement, standing in lines or leaning out of stone cottages. They had come to see the strangers. To watch the new blood enter their land. Murmurs spread. Look at their skin. Not from any tribe I know. Foreigners. SSC. Harry walked at the head of the procession, his boots crunching over snow and ice. Lyanna was already waiting by the gate, her hair braided into a tight plait, her fur-lined cloak clasped at the neck. Her eyes searched the crowd behind Harry and then locked onto his. She stepped forward. "Who are they?" she asked, voice low and sharp, but not unkind. "Free folk," Harry replied. "From another part of the world." Lyanna looked past him, her expression unreadable. "You brought them here." They had nowhere else to go. The wildlings had fallen into complete silence. Men with spears leaned on their weapons. Children peeked from behind the legs of their mothers. And then a tall wildling man with red hair stepped forward. "They look soft," he said gruffly. Harry met his gaze. "They're not." Another wildling woman, grey streaks in her hair, but strength in her stance, asked, "Will they work?" "They already have," Harry said. "Some are smiths. Carpenters. Healers. They can help us. If we let them." Lyanna stepped beside him, her voice cool. "Then let them prove it. And we'll see." There were nods. Suspicious glances. But no weapons were drawn. No voices raised. Harry turned to the people behind him. "This is your new home. Not all will welcome you right away, but that will change. You'll earn it." He raised his voice for the whole village to hear. "And let it be known, Narnia welcomes any who work, who learn, who build, and who do no harm." From the edge of the crowd, a young wildling boy approached and held out a piece of bread to one of the SSC children. The child took it shyly. It was a small moment. But it was the beginning of something vast. At first, the snow-covered village of Narnia stood divided not by fences or walls, but by silence. The free folk of the north, the wildlings, stood warily at the edges of the settlement, watching the new arrivals from Essos with guarded eyes. These former slaves, strangers with sun-kissed skin and foreign tongues, came with little but their skills and their loyalty to Harry Gryffindor. And that, at first, was not enough. The wildlings were proud. Hardened by the brutal winters beyond the wall. Suspicious of outsiders. Especially ones who dressed in strange fabrics, cooked unfamiliar meals, and spoke a dozen different dialects, few of which included the common tongue. But Harry was patient. He gave no orders, only opportunities. He walked through the village each morning, checking on both groups, never choosing sides. He brought the two blacksmiths, both towering men from Tyrosh, to the village forge, which had stood cold and unused for weeks. With a nod from Harry, they set to work. Sparks flew, hammers rang out on steel, and smoke curled into the frosty air. One of the blacksmiths, a bald man named Corin, spoke little Westerosi but knew how to speak through demonstration. He summoned a few curious wildlings with a sharp whistle and held up a newly forged axe, sleek, well-balanced, the metal gleaming. "Strong," he said with a thick accent, handing it to a young wildling boy named Halric. Halric hefted the axe, eyes wide. "Sharp as the crow's steel," he murmured. Corin simply smiled and pointed to the anvil. "You learn." Halric glanced toward Harry, who gave him a nod. "I," the boy said, stepping forward. And just like that, the first thread of connection was made. Soon, others followed. A husband and wife pair from Lys, once renowned carpenters before their enslavement, began to gather wildlings who enjoyed fishing. With broken words and hand gestures, they showed how to carve smooth wooden curves, waterproof boat frames, and bind the pieces tight with pitch and sinew. Within a week, 2 new fishing boats floated proudly on the icy river, and the wildlings who helped build them beamed with pride. "They don't just talk," said a wildling named Hora, watching the boats sway in the water. "They teach." Harry, standing beside Lyanna as they overlooked the activity from the porch of the stone house, smiled quietly. "Because they want to belong. Just like anyone else." Lyanna glanced at him, then back to the bustling village. "They're not soft like we thought. They've lived hard lives, just not in the cold." In another part of the village, beneath a long shelter of wood and canvas, several SSC women sat weaving, spinning, and stitching cloth. Their nimble fingers danced across looms, creating garments warmer and finer than any the wildlings had seen. Curious wildling girls crept closer until one of the SSC women, an older lady with silver rings braided into her dark hair, looked up and smiled. "Come," she beckoned gently, patting the space beside her. "We make for all." Though the girls hesitated, one of them, a bold child named Emma, stepped forward and knelt beside her. The woman handed her a ball of yarn and showed her the pattern with patient, deliberate movements. Emma's fingers fumbled at first, but she watched closely and mimicked the weaving. That evening, Emma ran to her mother holding a half-finished scarf and laughing with delight. "They know how to make the thread sing," she said. By the second week, the invisible barrier between the wildlings and the newcomers had started to melt. Children played together in the snow. Wildlings helped build stone cottages beside the SSC, mixing mortar and setting stones side by side. They'd learned how to shape the blocks properly from watching the newcomers work with precision and care. "I never thought I'd see a wildling build a house that didn't lean sideways," Lyanna muttered as she walked beside Harry, watching a team of wildling and SSC men work together. "They're not wildlings anymore," Harry said quietly. "They're Narnians now." One evening, around a large communal fire, 2 blacksmith apprentices, Halric and a young SSC boy named Darren, sat beside each other, laughing over a poorly made sword one had ruined earlier that day. "Looks like a weak knife," Halric said, nudging Darren with an elbow. "It's for killing very angry bread," Darren replied, making both boys erupt in laughter. Lyanna stood nearby, watching the firelight dance over the faces of both groups. She didn't say anything, only smiled softly as the warmth of the flames blended with the warmth in her heart. Later, when the fire had burned low and the stars glittered above like frozen diamonds, Lyanna leaned against Harry on the wooden porch of their cottage. "You did it," she whispered. Harry shook his head. "They did. I just gave them the chance." "You gave them more than that," she said. "You gave them a future." In the snow-covered village that night, 2 people slept side by side. Not as strangers, but as one. Life inside Potter Castle had changed in the most unexpected and comforting ways. The arrival of the SSC brought more than just skills, they brought structure. Among them was an elderly midwife named Mara, whose hunched back and leathery face concealed eyes sharp as falcons. She was from Lys, and though her speech in the common tongue was broken, her tone was commanding and her presence reassuring. From the moment she met Lyanna, she took charge of the pregnancy with such gentle authority that even the wildlings began to defer to her. A few of the younger SSC women, particularly those who had once served as housekeepers or cooks in wealthy Bravici estates, remained at Potter Castle alongside Mara. They quickly set to work making the stone halls feel less like a fortress and more like a home. They dusted out the corners, hung thick woolen tapestries, mended the worn cushions near the hearth, and began preparing meals with spices and techniques foreign to northern palates. The food was simple but rich, and Lyanna found herself growing fond of the tastes of cinnamon and lemon in her porridge. Though Lyanna still insisted on cooking now and then, claiming she needed to keep busy, the SSC women gently insisted she rest. You carry 2 lives now, my lady, Mara told her one morning, placing a warm, wrinkled hand on Lyanna's stomach. You must treat yourself as a queen would. One evening, Harry returned to the castle just as the sun dipped behind the snowy pines. The air was sharp with frost, and a hush had fallen over the grounds. Lyanna stood at the threshold, expecting nothing more than a routine report from Harry's trip to the nearby village. But what she saw instead froze her in place. 2 dire wolves padded beside him, massive, majestic creatures with thick, silver-grey fur and eyes that gleamed with ancient, primal light. They were larger than any hound she'd ever seen, larger even than most ponies. Despite their size, they moved with eerie grace, silent as falling snow. Lyanna's hand covered her mouth in awe. Gods! Where did you find them? Harry dismounted from his horse and scratched behind one of the dire wolves' ears. They came to me, he said simply. I made a pact with them. A binding ritual. They're not pets, they're guardians. Sacred beasts of the north. I thought. He hesitated, watching her face. I thought they should live here. Protect the castle. Protect you. Lyanna knelt slowly before one of them, who sniffed her hand and then nuzzled into her chest. Tears stung her eyes. They're beautiful, she whispered. The sigil of House Stark, and now they're here. She stood, took one step toward Harry, and kissed him. It was not a shy kiss. It was soft and slow, trembling with gratitude and something deeper that had long been waiting to bloom. The dire wolves circled around them, one lying near the hearth, the other watching over the windowsill like a sentinel. Harry was quiet after, touched by her warmth, his hand lingering on hers. I'm glad you like them, he murmured. I love them, Lyanna whispered back. But I love you more. _____. Chapter 27, Chapter 27, Wyman's Return with Salvation. The port of White Harbor, though once regarded as the greatest city of the north, stood in mournful silence under a heavy sky. Grey waves lapped at the docks, more out of habit than purpose, and the bitter wind howled between abandoned cargo cranes and idle warehouses. Snow blanketed the wooden piers and stone streets, a thick carpet of white that was rarely disturbed. The few dockhands still stationed there moved listlessly, scraping frost from the edges of crates and sweeping ice from planks that hadn't felt the weight of foreign boots in weeks. It was not always so. There was a time when merchants from the Reach and the Vale would send ships bearing rich wine, velvet, and oils, and in return, White Harbor would offer salted cod, northern furs, and timber from the Wolf's Wood. But no more. The snows had grown too deep, and the rivers froze over early. The north, once proud and resourceful, now faced scarcity with clenched teeth and hollow bellies. No ships came. The wharfs stood empty, and the longshoremen gathered in groups around fire pits that barely warded off the chill. Conversation was sparse. There was little to talk about beyond how much food was left in their homes and how long the cold would last. They stared out into the grey horizon, their eyes searching for sails they no longer expected to see. Another day, and no grain, muttered Jarn the dockmaster, a man with a weathered face and thick white beard. His gloved hand gripped a mug of weak ale as he stood beside the bell post. Even the Ironborn had the decency to raid us when the sea was still open. Maybe the sea froze over too, said Halder, a younger dockhand, stamping his boots for warmth. Or maybe they just gave up on us. What trade's left in a starving north? Jarn shook his head. Lord Wyman will come back. He took a ship east, didn't he? Bravos, they said. The free cities VE got gold and grain aplenty. Maybe he'll bring something back. Halder said. Or he'll bring back debts we can't repay. The wind whistled mournfully between them, as though the city itself despaired. Then, like a whisper cutting through the gloom, came a voice from the watchtower above the port. Sail! Sail on the horizon! All heads turned. Dockhands leapt to their feet. Jarn dropped his mug, and it shattered on the icy ground. Are you sure? He shouted up. I said sail. No 20 sails. A heartbeat of silence passed, then an uproar. Men ran for the edge of the pier, shoving aside crates and barrels to see clearly. And then there it was. A line of ships cutting across the horizon, their sails dark and heavy, their hulls proud and tall. At the head of the fleet was a great ship with a Merman banner snapping against the wind, the personal ship of Lord Wyman Manderley. The Lord's back, someone shouted. Wyman's returned. Jarn stood still, his eyes wide with disbelief as he watched the ships approach. That's not just Lord Wyman. That's a bloody fleet. And as the vessels drew closer, the people saw barrels and sacks on deck, hundreds, thousands of them. The banners of bravos fluttered beside Manderley's, and the people began to cheer, a sound that started as a murmur but quickly swelled to a roar that echoed across the empty harbour. Jarn sank to his knees and whispered, "The gods haven't abandoned us." From the deck of the leading ship, Lord Wyman Manderley stood tall in his thick green and blue cloak. His cheeks were flushed red from the wind, but his smile was wide. Behind him stood brave sea merchants and soldiers overseeing the cargo. But Wyman had eyes only for the people of his home. He raised his hand in greeting, and the dock workers cried out, "Long live the Manderleys! Long live the North!" Halder ran toward the ship as it began to dock. "What happened, my lord? What miracle is this?" Wyman looked down, eyes gleaming with triumph. "It is not my doing, lad," he said. "This is a gift from the gods, or perhaps from something even rarer, a good man with a kind heart and the power to change fate." "A good man?" Halder asked, wide-eyed. Wyman chuckled. "You'll know his name soon enough. His name is Lord Greyfinder." And the city of White Harbour, once quiet and dying, sprang back to life, bell towers ringing and gates thrown open, to welcome not just its heir, but hope itself. Lord Wyman Manderley stepped off the gangplank onto the stone pier of White Harbour with the pride of a man who had defied winter and fate. The crowds at the port roared with approval, dock workers and townsfolk alike cheering as crate after crate of food and goods were unloaded. Yet, for all their celebration, Wyman's thoughts were fixed on one place: the new castle. He rode through the familiar white streets of White Harbour, his guards parting the way. The castle stair, that broad, winding road of white stone, awaited him. It was lined with people eager to see the return of their lord, and Wyman doffed his glove to wave at them, face ruddy from cold and travel. As he climbed the final steps, the sight of the new castle brought a surge of warmth to his chest. Its pale towers loomed above the city's white walls, the silver and sea-green banners of House Manderley snapping proudly in the wind. He could see both harbours from the height, ships still being unloaded, and his city, his people stirring back to life. The bitter quiet that had plagued White Harbour in his absence was lifting. The gates of the castle opened with a groan, revealing the Merman's court beyond, with its towering doors flanked by 2 mermen of sculpted marble. Servants bowed low as Wyman entered, and the air within was warm with the scent of pinewood smoke and beeswax. The hallways were just as he remembered them, worn with age but rich with memory, lined with rusted swords, faded banners from wars long past, and wooden ship figures carved in the likeness of sea beasts and drowned gods. A servant greeted him at the inner gate. "Your Lord Father and Lord Ricard are waiting in the Merman's court, my lord." Wyman nodded and made his way to the great hall, the click of his boots echoing against the lath and plaster walls. In a quiet corner, he passed the hidden room that led to the secret tunnel beneath the castle stair, its sheepskin map of the north and Myrish carpet still in place. When he stepped into the Merman's court, his eyes fell immediately on the 3 men waiting near the high seat. Lord Wayley Manderley, aging but still broad of shoulder, wore his sea-green cloak pinned with a silver Merman brooch. His long white beard rested on his chest, and his cane leaned beside his chair. Lord Ricard Stark stood beside him, tall and composed, wrapped in the solemn grey furs of House Stark, his face unreadable as ever. At his side was his son, Eddard Stark, already with the stern eyes and quiet strength that the North would one day come to depend on. "Wyman," Wayley said, rising slightly with a proud but weary smile. You've returned. Wyman strode forward and knelt briefly before his father. And I bring more than myself, father. I bring salvation. Ricard raised a brow. Salvation. Wyman stood and turned to face them. 20 ships, filled with grain, dried meat, fish, fruit, livestock, and even medicines. Enough to feed half the north through the worst of this winter. It will begin arriving tonight. Wei leaned heavily on his cane. You made a trade deal in Bravus. Wyman smiled faintly. Not exactly. I received a gift from a friend. A friend? Ricard asked sharply, his eyes narrowing. He is the one who brought down Roose Bolton. He is the one who healed the Dreadfort of its rot. He is the man who took Lady Lyanna. Ricard's face twitched. What? I spoke to him myself. I broke bread with him. He told me Lady Stark is safe and well, that she left willingly to escape a fate she could not accept. She lives in peace and comfort, and she is with child his child. There was a long silence. Eddard shifted uneasily. Ricard turned away to stare at the flickering torches of the great hall. His voice, when it came, was low and grim. Lyanna's disappearance cost the North dearly. It affected the trade deal I made with Lord Robert Baratheon. Wyman's expression didn't waver. We had been struggling for months yet no one helped us. It is true that Lyanna eloped with him, but you can't blame her completely because she already tried to talk you out from the betrothal of Lord Robert. Now she eloped with this Lord Gryffindor. He seems to have more wealth than 100 southern lords, and he chooses to aid us freely. If he is Lyanna's husband, then he is already kin to the Starks. Ricard looked at Wei, and Wei looked at his son with pride. You did well, my boy. We will see that the food is distributed fairly. Wyman bowed his head. The ships are under guard, but I advise haste. If word spreads, others may come seeking what is not theirs. Ricard's voice was firm now. We will send riders. The North will not forget this kindness. And so the new castle, which had known only whispers and worry through the deepening winter, now echoed with orders, preparation, and purpose. The cold winds still howled, but within those stone walls, the fire of hope had been rekindled. Lord Ricard Stark sat in the Merman's court long after Wyman Manderley and his advisers had left to oversee the unloading of the ships. The pale firelight flickered across the rusted swords and ancient banners decorating the hall, casting shadows that felt too much like memories. His hand rested heavily on the carved dire wolf armrest of his chair, yet his gaze was distant beyond the white walls of White Harbour, beyond the frost-bitten coasts of the north, beyond even the vast sea that separated him from his daughter. Lyanna. His only daughter had vanished. Eloped with a man no one knew. At first, Ricard had felt only fury rage at her defiance, at her shameful letter, at the dishonour it cast over House Stark. But now, that same man had gifted the North with enough food to survive not just this winter, but many to come. 20 Bravasi ships filled with grain, salted meats, dried fruit, and more. The harbour that had stood silent for weeks now echoed with life and gratitude, and it was all because of that one man. Harry Gryffindor. He didn't know what to feel. Had Lyanna made the right choice? Had he made all the wrong ones? Ricard's heart tightened. He thought of Brandon. His firstborn, bold and proud, bound to duty yet cursed with a restless heart. Brandon had always loved Barbary Riswell, everyone knew that. But Ricard, stubborn and practical, had made the match with Catelyn Tully instead for the good of the realm, for grain, for ties with the Riverlands. And what had come of it? Brandon had broken his vows, shamed his name, and fled to Essos with Barbary like a common exile. Disinherited, gone. And Catelyn, poor Catelyn, humiliated twice. First abandoned, then forced to marry Brandon's younger brother. Ricard's second son. Eddard. Ricard looked toward the door, where Eddard stood quietly in conversation with a scribe. His boy was a man now. Lean of frame, quiet as snowfall, with the dark hair and watchful eyes of his mother. But he carried the bearing of a lord. A lord who had never truly known the north. He had sent Eddard to the Vale, to be fostered by Jonaran, to be trained among falcons and knights and southern customs. He had thought it wise. But when Ricard looked into Eddard's eyes now, he saw a man who stood between two worlds and belonged to neither. I forced them, Ricard whispered aloud. The words startled even him. I forced Brandon to marry a woman he didn't love. I promised Lyanna to Robert Baratheon, knowing full well she disliked him. And Eddard. I took his home from him and filled his life with other men's dreams. No wonder they ran. No wonder she left. No wonder he looks at me like a stranger. The chamber was quiet but for the low hum of wind through the slats. He straightened slowly, a man bearing more than his years. But the fire of a Stark still burned behind his eyes. He could not undo the past. But he could still act. He would not be remembered only as the father who lost 2 children. He turned to Eddard, who had now joined him in the chamber. Ned, he said, voice low. We ride north at first light. To Winterfell. Ricard shook his head. To every holdfast, every keep, every long haul of the north. To the Umbers, the Karstarks, the Dustins, the Tall Hearts, the Glovers, and all the rest. Eddard frowned. All of them. We bring the food, ourselves. We show them that it is House Stark who has fed them, not Bravus, not the Manderleys. We remind them of the ties we share: blood, snow, and sacrifice. Ned hesitated. And, me. Ricard's face softened for the first time in weeks. You will ride at my side. They must know their next warden. They must see you not as a boy raised in the Vale, but as a Stark of Winterfell. Ned looked down, troubled. What if they don't accept me? Then we show them why they must, Ricard said simply. And we begin by doing what is right, not what is easy, not what serves our pride, but what saves our people. Eddard nodded slowly, and something shifted in his eyes. Resolve, perhaps. Or understanding. Ricard turned once more to the window that overlooked the bustling harbour below. Ships groaning with life-saving goods. Men moving with renewed purpose. A people slowly lifting their heads. Maybe, just maybe, this was the beginning of something better. Maybe a father could still make amends. _____. Chapter 28, Chapter 28, Storm over Potter Castle. The winter winds howled beyond the thick stone walls of Potter Castle, muffled only slightly by the heavy furs draped across the windows. The hearth fire crackled warmly in the sitting chamber, where Lyanna Greyfinder sat curled on a cushioned bench near the flames, her hands trembling slightly as they held the parchment. She had read it once. Twice. Now, for the 3rd time, she mouthed the words in silence, lips barely moving, her eyes glassy with tears that shimmered in the firelight. My dearest daughter, Lyanna. I do not know where to begin, nor do I expect this letter to mend the hurt we both carry. But word has reached me through Lord Wyman Manderley, word of your hand, your heart, and your sacrifice. The food your husband sent has saved lives. The North will not forget. I was a fool once, too proud, too stubborn to see my children for what they truly needed. I see now that I wronged you, Brandon, and even Eddard in my desire to shape the North's future by my hand alone. You chose a different path, and while it wounded my pride, it saved countless of our people. For that, I am proud beyond words. I pray your days are warm and your child grows strong. Should you ever send word, know that my doors remain open, and my heart is no longer shut. Your father. Ricard Stark. Lyanna pressed the letter to her chest and sobbed, not from sorrow, but from the overwhelming weight of relief. All these moons she had wondered what her family thought of her. Whether they saw her as a traitor to the North, or worse, a bad daughter. But now this letter. These words. She wasn't forgotten. She wasn't forsaken. She was loved. The door creaked open behind her, and she turned, wiping her tears hurriedly. Harry stepped in, his travel cloak still dusted with snow, a basket of foraged roots in one hand. "Lia," he said gently, noticing her tears. He set the basket down and hurried to her side. "What's wrong?" She held up the parchment, eyes wide and shining. "Nothing, I was reading the letter." Harry's brow lifted. "From your father?" She nodded, voice trembling. He thanked me, Harry. For the food. For helping the North. He said he's proud of me." Harry's lips curled into a soft smile, and he sat beside her, pulling her into his arms. "I didn't want to burden you with it," he said softly, brushing her damp hair from her cheek. "Lord Manderley and I spoke in bravos. I made sure to send food enough to survive for couple of years." Lyanna blinked at him. "The food, how did you send it?" He nodded slowly. "I hired the ships. Bought every grain, every salted ham, every dried fig I could find. I thought of your people, Lia. I thought of your father and brothers and all those who would suffer. I did it because you love them." Her lip trembled again, and she buried her face against his shoulder. "You didn't have to do that. You've already given me everything. A home. A future. A name. You are Lyanna Greyfinder," Harry said, holding her tighter. "And this is your home now, but your heart still beats with the North. That doesn't go away." "I want to go to him," she whispered after a long pause. "To my father. I want to look him in the eyes and say, 'I'm sorry.' I want to ask why he made the choices he did. I want to hold his hand and forgive him. But I can't. Not now." Her hand gently touched the curve of her swollen belly. Harry pressed a kiss to her forehead. "You'll go one day, when you're ready. When the time is right. And you won't go alone." They sat in silence for a while, wrapped in each other's arms as the fire crackled and the winter night deepened outside. The two dire wolves dozed by the hearth, massive, shaggy beasts whose soft snores occasionally filled the chamber. And somewhere above, in the small tower chamber, the old SSC midwife hummed lullabies as she sorted swaddling cloths. Lyanna smiled through her tears, still clutching the letter. She wasn't just a runaway daughter anymore. She was a bridge. Between past and future. Between North and beyond. Between House Stark and House Greyfinder. The skies above Narnia were cast in pale grey, the snow falling in gentle flurries that dusted the rooftops of the newly built cottages. Smoke curled from chimneys, rising into the sky like slender arms reaching for warmth. The settlement had grown wildly, rapidly, perhaps too fast. From atop the ridge where Potter Castle stood, Harry Greyfinder looked down upon his creation with both pride and weariness. What was once a gathering of tents and hovels had become a network of homes, workshops, storehouses, and stone-paved roads. The newcomers SSC, wildlings, and Narnians of every shape and tongue continued to arrive by the week, drawn by the promise of food, warmth, and safety. But with every new soul, the burden of rule grew heavier. "They quarrel again," said Myrrell, one of the SSC carpenters, standing beside Harry on the tower balcony. "South Quarter this time. Gorn's people struck a boy from Horse's clan. Claimed he stole an axe." Harry sighed and ran a hand through his tangled black hair. "Was it proven?" "No. But the axe was found hidden near the boy's home. It's enough for Gorn's men to demand blood." Harry clenched his jaw. "Tell them to meet me at the castle. No blood shall be spilled in this kingdom without my knowledge." Myrrell nodded and turned to leave. "Wait," Harry added, his voice lower. "Remind them both that the tools of Narnia are not weapons unless I declare them so. If they use them to harm, they lose the right to wield them." Later that afternoon, in the center of the castle, the Potter caste named after the surname he left behind unexpectedly was filled with tension. 24 men and women stood on either side of the hall, divided by allegiance and ancestry. Gorn's folk wore heavy leathers dyed in dark tones, with frost-bitten faces and scarred hands. Horse's people, lighter in build, adorned with bone charms and painted cheeks, stood tall with defiant glares. Harry stood between them on the stone dais, flanked by the two dire wolves, their massive bodies looming in silent judgment. The fire behind him crackled and hissed as if echoing his mood. "This ends today," Harry said, his voice clear and cutting through the thick air. "No blood feud, no retaliation. You live under one sky now." "My sky?" Gorn, a burly man with a braided beard, took a step forward. "He stole from us." "Prove it," Harry snapped. "Show me the moment, the hand that took the axe, the thoughts behind it. If you cannot, you accuse a child on suspicion alone. Is that justice?" Gorn growled low in his throat, but said nothing. Harry turned to Horsa, a tall woman with narrow eyes. "And you? If you knew one of yours stole, would you return it?" "Yes," she said immediately. "Then return it," Harry said. "And teach your young to ask, not take." The boy in question, no older than 12, stood near Horsa, trembling. Harry approached him and knelt, looking the child in the eyes. "Do you know what I could do if I was a cruel king?" The boy swallowed and shook his head. "I could take your hand. Or your home. Or your mother's home. But I won't. Because this land was not built for vengeance. It was built for change. Will you promise me to earn your tools, not steal them?" "Yes, my lord," the boy said in a whisper. Harry stood, gaze sweeping across the gathered clans. "This is the last time I will treat a feud like this with words. Next time you raise a tool as a weapon without cause, I will break that hand and cast you into the snow." The hall was silent. "No more axes buried in snowbanks," he added coldly. "If you need something wood, food, stone, ask. Share. Trade. Or walk into the frost and take your chances alone." He turned and walked down the hall as the dire wolves growled and padded behind him, parting the crowd like a blade. Outside, the snow had grown heavier. Lyanna waited near the entrance with her cloak wrapped tightly around her, her hands cradling her growing belly. "Another quarrel?" she asked softly. "Yes," Harry said, rubbing his eyes. "And it won't be the last." "You're doing the best you can," she said, taking his hand. "I know. But I'm starting to think it's not enough. These people lived their whole lives in hate and scarcity. They don't know any other way." "Then you have to teach them," she whispered. "Just like you taught me." Harry looked at her, and for a moment, the weight of rule lifted. Just a moment. And then the wind blew again, bitter and sharp, and he remembered that peace was not given. It was forged. Even though she was very heavy with child, Lyanna still walked each morning to the school built in the heart of Narnia. It had been Harry's insistence to establish a proper place of learning, and though Lyanna had never imagined herself as a teacher, the task brought her great joy. The school was a wide wooden hall, tall and airy, with large windows that let in the pale northern light. At the front stood a large board smoothed from dark pine, where Lyanna wrote letters and words using charcoal, wiping them away with cloth when needed. She taught both the children of wildlings and the SSC who had come to Narnia seeking a new life. Many of them were clever, quick to learn their letters, though there was no compulsion to attend. Any child who wished to learn could come freely, and perhaps even more importantly, they were fed during the lessons. A simple meal, stew, warm bread, or porridge was often enough to fill the benches. Lyanna herself took pride in preparing the food each morning, with help from the women at Potter Castle. She enjoyed seeing the children eat with full bellies and then settle down to their slates, scratching out their first letters with grimy fingers and shining eyes. But on this day, something changed. As she stood before the children, charcoal in hand, a sudden sharp pain shot through her lower abdomen. It stole her breath away. She gasped and gripped the edge of the table, then slowly sank into the wooden chair placed beside her. One of the older children, a dark-haired SSC boy with white eyes, noticed her discomfort. "Lady Lyanna," he asked in a nervous voice. I'm fine, she murmured through a tight breath, placing a hand over her belly. Just, fetch help, would you? The boy didn't wait. He bolted from the room, his feet echoing down the corridor. Within moments, the door burst open and two women rushed in, one of them the young pleasure slave girl from Lys, who had lived in Potter Castle since the day the SSE arrived. Others followed, and soon Lyanna was gently helped up and escorted out of the school, cradling her belly and walking with slow, trembling steps. The castle was close, but even those few paces felt like miles. Word spread quickly. By the time Harry arrived at the castle, Lyanna was already in her chamber. The doors had been shut tight, and the thick stone walls muffled the sounds, but not enough. Harry stood outside, pacing restlessly along the corridor, heart pounding. From beyond the door, he could still hear her cries, muffled yet raw with pain. He clenched his fists, helpless. One of the castle attendants tried to reassure him. The midwife is with her, my lord. She's done this many times. Harry nodded, but didn't speak. He could do nothing. No spell, no incantation, no dragon's fire could ease what Lyanna was enduring. He pressed his forehead against the cold stone wall and whispered, "Please be safe. Please." Inside the room, Lyanna gritted her teeth and bore down through wave after wave of agony, her fingers crushing the blanket beneath her, her breath sharp and ragged. The old midwife barked steady instructions while two young women moved about the room with towels and hot water. Through it all, Lyanna thought only of one thing, her child. And outside the door, Harry waited, praying silently that the woman he loved and the life she carried would survive the night. _______. New chapter is coming soon. Write a review.